Hey
Hello?
there. Hey,
Hello.
how's it
How's it
going?
going? Um,
Uh,
you first?
I'm going all
Jinx.
right. Just been uh week's been kind of weird for me. It's like I been getting some business taken care of really and just uh recently I had like a neighborhood plumbing emergency, so they had to shut down the water,
Damn.
and it was lasting for like, when I first got up in the morning and noticed that it was around 6 o'clock in the morning,
Mm-hmm.
and it lasted for about 12 hours.
Dude, jeez.
Yeah. I mean, I pretty much have to just text siblings in case any of them were coming over saying, like, hey, shut down the water. I don't know how long it's going to be, but I keep calling the office and they give me status updates. So, yeah, no one come over if you got to use the machine. So, all
Hmm.
good. So, but yeah, it got resolved. But I was just like, yeah, that was just really weird. I thought, like, they shut down water permanently or something, but just have to wait.
Yeah, that's a nuisance. Darn.
Yeah. Today was usually usually my weeks are just kind of not necessarily pre-planned, but yeah, I just try to get certain errands taken care of on certain days. Usually Tuesday's my grocery day, but I wanted to just I had something to take care of on Tuesday, so I had to basically take care of my groceries Monday and just mostly just browsing around and taking some classes on Coursera. And, yeah, just trying to make the most of the rest of the year, I guess.
Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, for me, let's see. What happened to... I mean, I guess I've been drawing here on my sketchbook for quite a while now, but I think most recently on the sketchbook that I'm doing, or for the past maybe couple months, I've been doing this thing where I'm using a special kind of sketchbook that allows for watercolor, so that I just practice something that I'm a little bit more outside my comfort zone. And with that, I already completed one sketchbook, and now I'm thinking, okay, well, I did a sketchbook where it was just random stuff drawn in there, no real direction, just put, you know, do something. That was like the goal um, for
Right.
that one. And then now I have this. I got another one. Um, so now I'm drawing something that's more focused. Like I'm saying, like, okay, this sketchbook specifically has to do with the cyberpunk RPG idea I have floating around my head, and I want to see if I could try and make a sketchbook that focuses directly towards the development of that idea and exploring concepts and using watercolor as a way to help me further illustrate the ideas. So yeah, that's what I have on hand, and I've been going at it, chucking away at it here and there. Um, other other project plans is kind of pretty much on halt with the other ones because the idea is not fully fleshed out, and it kind of pulls all the steam out from under you, or the momentum when the project is always changing too much to a point where it's just like, I mean, are we even doing the same project anymore? Like some of the thing about some things about having a project that revolves around using artwork and visuals, it's hard to then also communicate, or even if you're on the receiving end of it, where you're like trying to do something for it, but you don't know if you fully understand it. And, uh, you know, I can understand art can be subjective and stuff like that, but you know, when you're doing a project, the point is to make it as clear as possible, um, and that means, you know, sometimes being honest about the details that you're missing, um, or honest that, you know, was this really planned out, or are you just pulling it out of your butt, kind of thing. Um, it's like, oh, I only did this visual aspect, or did these drawings, or made this character look that way, because it was just easier for me to draw. Um, and that, you know, that sometimes is like the struggle, because then you need to clear things up, because sometimes the way that somebody else explains it verbally, when you actually do it on paper and you're actually putting it together and you see it coming out, you're like, it's like, oh, but I really wanted this. And it was like, well, I mean, the parameters weren't that clear then, right? Like, giving me a project in an essay format is very different from a bullet point format, you know? I want to
Yeah,
tackle the job in a list, not to tackle a job in this very airy, funky way of doing stuff. So, yeah. Oh, hello. Thanks over for the raid. Hi, how's it going? Hi, Zip. How are you doing? Woo! Hi, John. How's it going? We just started. Um, thanks for the raid yesterday. I did pass it on, by the way. Raid mother. Yeah. Nice. Raid motherfucker. All right, yeah. Let's go. I'll clip that. The hype train is in. Hey, yes, I am. I am doing some art. Well, I just explained it. So basically, this art project right here, this one is that whole Ikigai RPG idea that I've been having in my head for such a long time, and this one sketchbook is now going to be the only thing I do in there is anything that has to pertain to it. So, um, I'm more focusing on, you know, putting a stamp on it, saying, you know, forcing myself to, okay, we're gonna make this whole sketchbook only revolve around that, and if it has to do with it, it could be me just redrawing things, to discover and figure out maybe even simple things, anatomy issues, or environment issues too, like texture, you know, color. Um, Hopefully, I figure something out. We'll see. I'll clip that. That's a good explanation. But yeah, that's been this project, and you know, the idea here is that uh, like I was talking about earlier, communication through visual medium. Like, art isn't just art to do art for your feelings, right? If you do that, then that's like your personal time. But if you're trying to do it as like a project where you're in a team, then it's like you have to be clear, you have to be organized, you have to clean up and be unbiased in the way that you're doing things. It's like the difference of a roommate having, we have the kitchen, the dinner, and the bathroom. That's all common area, and you need to respect that because other people need to use it. And I think that's how I'm going to treat this sketchbook, where it's a common area where I have to very clearly communicate my goals, what I'm trying to figure out, and then does that come through by either the little notes I put in here, or even the just the drawings in general, um, and does that come through visually, most of the time visually, and can another artist take this and then build something off of it? And that's the big point. When you're in a team environment, like, if you're just not you yeah, if you're not communicating your ideas clearly, the project's just not gonna go anywhere. So this is my personal test, right? So I want to do this sketchbook, fill it up as much as possible with my ideas and my discovery, and then like saying like, this is what the direction I'm going. You know, does this, and can I give this to another person, especially another artist, to be like, I can make a 3D model out of it. I can make an animation out of it. Like, does this give me enough information to then understand and translate this paper physical thing into a actual project. So that's my goal. Whether I fail or not doesn't matter. I'm okay with it. That's the point of the sketchbook. So that's me. That's my update. I know there's a lot. So I'm so sorry, D'Angelo. I just dumped everything on you. It was so much to put on you. But hopefully that's understandable, though.
Oh man, there's just like so much stuff happening lately. Uh, I did you hear about Mortal Kombat One? Like, did I mention about the leaks of the guest characters? How
Uh,
there's going to be like I can hold that thought until like we do the podcast, but
oh, wait, for Mortal Kombat?
thought,
Or is that what you're talking
yeah, like
about? Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
they
We didn't even. Yeah, you know what's funny? I forgot to post the link of like the trailer as a talking point. Yeah, I mean you could save it
yeah,
because that would be really cool to talk about, I suppose. Especially we've been kind of touch and go with Mortal Kombat and we have different opinions on it. So that's I like to hear it. You know, I actually have some other
yeah.
things that I heard too, um, like the reveal of who Scorpion is. That one's that one is that one's interesting to me. And by the way, Mortal Kombat 1 is something my brother is really into. Uh but yeah, we can save that. We can save that.
Yeah,
At least if
we can do
you know,
that.
when one how about this? We'll start recording as soon as one other person comes in. If like
Right.
one other person comes in, then we'll can start recording. Yeah, no worries. And if it they I mean if they well, it's almost 7:30. That's around the time that they were saying they're gonna be here. Zip says, from my experience, nothing is ever enough for 3D artist clients. Uh, yeah, uh, yeah, it really is.
I agree.
Hello, sir. We're currently on stream. We just got raided by Zip. Hi, Zip.
Basic.
Yeah, and Carlos is now in, so we can start recording now. I'm gonna hit record, and then bada bing, and then
Welcome to episode 130.
yeah, I just did. No, I did.
Oh, you do have?
Yeah, I hit it.
Oh.
I hit that button. And
Okay.
you and me going brr 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 was fantastic.
Wow.
So we are official now. Yeah, brr brr. Okay, actually, you know what? Does the stream even hear that? Can you confirm? Because I hear in my headphones. You guys in Discord probably don't. Like, which is okay.
Yeah.
So here, I'm gonna do one more test if everybody can. Yeah, brr brr. Do you hear it? I'm gonna do it again. Brr. Huh? All right, anybody? Anybody can hear it. Please.
I can hear it, but I thought you were just testing the chat to see if they heard it.
Oh.
Nope. Apparently that's a nope. Yeah, I was wondering because I literally just put the.
Damn.
Yeah.
Cannot hear in stream. Boo. Okay. I wonder what I did with that then. Okay, how about this? Can you see this and hear this? If you're in the stream. Did any sound come up through that?
That's a very
I
quick
didn't.
clip.
Yes, it is a very.
I could hear
Oh,
that.
okay. Okay.
Pretty good.
Interesting. Why is that one? Okay, you see it and hear it. Okay, that's weird. Why
The
is
Twitch,
it
the Twitch lords, work in mysterious ways. That's the
that? I
only
guess
way.
so.
Yeah.
I guess so.
The audio gods.
Yeah, the audio gods. I'm curious why. That's weird. Let's see. Air horn. Yeah.
Is it in the
that's
same
over there.
plugin as that clip that you
Well,
from the Dark Knight?
the air horn, the one I'm pressing right now. I guess it's not popping through. Maybe through the audio. Wait, hold on. Let me see it. Or it's super low. Maybe it's super low. Okay, let me see if my advanced audio settings will show me if I put it in the right track in the OBS.
But it would be fantastic if you're, planning to like blow an air horn. Those things are supposed to be super loud, and people are just kind of hearing a burr, like off in the distance.
Yeah, that would be. Yeah, that would be funny, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Track 1. Yeah, it's in the right one. Is track 1 the okay, hold on. So, I do this thing where Spotify doesn't show up on the VODs. So, I have to do a specific way of like, oh, the stream VOD like cannot record Spotify. Oh, I see. But then on the stream itself, it records it. Or the recording, yeah.
Okay, so you place it for the recorded, but not for the stream. Oh, that's strange.
Right, maybe. Maybe I accidentally put it on there. Well, actually, wait a minute. No. Spotify, you can hear the music, but the save once the stream is done and it saves the VOD temporarily, of course. It will not have the music. It will not have Spotify music on there. So that means that shouldn't be the problem. In theory. See recording. Okay, well, hold on. Let me see if this. But no burp, burp, burp. Okay, got it. So no one hears this, huh?
I don't know. Good question. I keep turning off the stream on and off because it's really hard to speak when you hear the echo just a few seconds later.
Oh yeah, the audio. My bad.
Oh yeah, I can hear it now.
Ah, it's very, very faint. Interesting.
It is ironically very faint, like I was saying.
That's so funny. It's pretty loud on my end. I think overall because so that's okay. So I think I know what the problem is here. So like, that's a thing about audio. Like the recorded audio of certain things that I use is louder than other ones, but I can only slide the whole program that it's outputting from, you know, the slider volume up and down, but that's everything. So at that point, it's all the master volume. So whatever I'm sliding StreamerBot to not blow your ears out whenever that plays is, yeah. So basically, yeah, it's a little bit of a tricky back and forth. Here, I'll up it a tad, maybe about a couple decibels. Hopefully there's nothing else that's like gonna be a problem. Here we go. I'm gonna play it now. I'm gonna play it again. And now I'm gonna press it a bunch of times.
It's there. It's
weird. It's loud on my end, but not on.
No, yeah, it just sounds anticlimactically, you know.
How about that one? Oh yeah, so also I changed it to Metal Gear sound effects for a lot of. I added Metal Gear sound effects, so whenever you type in the text, it'll sound like the Metal Gear codex thing, and then if somebody, you know, is first time followers or raids or anything like that, like, you know, there's different sound effects that come from that. Does anybody hear that one? No? Probably not, right?
I can't. Okay, yeah, I heard something. Sorry, I keep turning on and off the.
No worries. Right, and then there's lag.
The stream. Yeah, exactly. It's a couple of seconds off, so it's not that disruptful when I speak. But now I'm listening to my self-talk, and it's confusing my brain, thinking that it's talking at the same time.
Okay, got it. Hello?
The legend!
The
Legend 69!
How's it going?
Good. I've been warming up the stream for you.
Yeah. Oh, man.
Sean has been trying to figure out this audio glitch where he thought he was like, you know, blowing a really loud simulated, you know,
but it was really low.
But yeah, it was like
right. Yeah. It's like it sounds loud on my end, but nobody else can hear it. It's like from like long distance.
Yeah. It's like, is there somebody, you know,
yeah,
standing a horn like a block away from here?
I wonder if it. Okay, does it? Okay, okay, so these clips that I play, that one is coming from OBS, so that's probably why that audio is just fine, or it comes through, and that's pretty loud, I think. Yeah, these little clip things, and then lurking. Okay, so that one's going from there, but then StreamerBot, the problem with that one is that, actually, you know what? Is this? Let me try and do a test run. Okay, I'm gonna do test new follower. So that's loud, right? The one where, and I'm gonna keep on pressing it, where it's like the Metal Gear Rage from Metal Gear 4.
I don't hear anything.
Well, yeah, you don't hear it in Discord, but on the stream itself.
Oh, on the stream.
Oh, hey, we got
Right.
a new follower. Thank you, miss.
No, that's me like hitting the test button.
Oh, yeah? Never mind.
Yeah.
Then.
You're so disappointed.
Well, thanks for nothing.
But you can hear that then, right? Like, how loud is that? Is that particularly loud? Plus, also, we got rated earlier by Zip and stuff. So I'm just testing out, like, is this...
I know, right now we have like quadruple the numbers we've ever had.
I mean, that's because you guys are looking at it. It does count you, you know.
Oh, well, never mind then.
But yeah, can you? You're
it's-
able to hear it, right? When I hit the follower thing, it pops up, right? No? Have you? Hello?
I hear it, but it's not that loud. It's fine.
It's not that loud. Okay.
Yeah.
It's not
It's-
up.
it's there.
Yeah, I don't want to. But that's the thing.
It's
Like, I don't want
it's like Ada
too
Wong in
loud.
Resident Evil 4 remake. It's there.
Okay, so it's okay. All I want to do is just know that it's not blowing out people's ears, but you can still hear it.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So then there's that. All right. Okay. What about now? Did you hear that
Oh, okay, the air horn. Yeah, no, that's perfect. It's not too loud, and it's not
part? Okay.
anticlimatically low.
Yeah. Yeah. Which, you know,
Yeah.
I mean, I can't help it, you know, being the test run, right?
Yeah.
I mean, how about this? How about you go and figure this out? Can you figure this out? I mean,
I barely know how to turn on my computer, dude.
it's a lot of steps and a lot of testing. I barely got a chance to even like test run on people, so
Yeah.
there you go. Plus, you know, that's why I put it so low. I didn't know if it was obnoxiously loud, like to a point where it just jump scares you.
Mm-hmm.
And in some of these audios, it is kind of jump scary, like the spoiler alert one. That one, I feel like the audio on that one is kind of abrupt, but I don't know. I have to again tweak it. Anyway, so we're done with all that technical issues. So yeah, we're on episode 130. Woo, 130. Yeah. What we got here?
A special giveaway. 1 week in touring your house.
1 week tour in the house.
Yeah,
Yeah, so they can swap me.
I know.
So yeah, we got some interesting things. So there's like the animators are unionizing as well amongst the Hollywood strikes. That's interesting.
Oh wow.
More story development with Spider-Man 2.
Mhm.
Trailer of Miss what was it? Captain
The Marvels.
Marvel. I saw Extraction 2. I finished Class of '09. We got a teaser trailer. I haven't seen it of Invincible. And then we got a post here on Armored Core story trailer. Cool. Also, there is me and D'Angelo. We're talking. We were slightly mentioning Mortal Kombat, but we didn't talk about it. About the announcements with their new characters and stuff.
I mean,
Um,
so do you guys remember? Like, I don't know if I discussed this in the podcast, but do you guys remember if I was talking about they
the
leaked a bunch
leaks.
of guest characters?
Yes.
Okay, so yeah, the leak was true. There is
What is Liu
Omni-Man,
Kang coming to the game?
and there's Homelander, and I mean, there's a
Oh,
bunch of other
that, yeah,
characters, but
sure.
Yeah.
I just want to see like
John
Omni-Man and
Cena.
Homelander just fight each other, and
Yeah, Homelander and Omni-Man. And also, the voice actor is going to reprise their role as Omni-Man. Zip
Yeah.
says,
Oh,
"Fucking
Jason Sims.
finally regarding the animators striking."
Yeah.
Yes, finally, there's some sort of unionization of some sort. At least there's an option for animators to be part of that.
I was actually surprised that they're not already unionized, but yeah, I guess that makes sense.
I mean, if you look at how animators have been screwed over in streaming deals, and you'd understand
yeah.
why they weren't humanized. But, yeah, stuff getting canceled way before they even get notice about it. I'm not the biggest fan of Inside Job, but the way I heard about it was that after season 2, they were like, okay, we're not doing any more of this, and the creator didn't get notice about that until way later. Or in the case of streaming shows that are on streaming services and getting taken off, the guy who made Venture Brothers didn't even know that they were taking stuff off of HBO Max. I'm still going to call it HBO Max until they heard a tweet about how the show would be expiring. Going like, wait, what? So, yeah, not saying it's all the short end of the stick, but there are some cases where animators do get screwed by network and by extension streaming services.
Right. Like it's surprising in the sense to me that like if they've been around for so long, I'm surprised that they don't have a industry-wide union. But it's not surprising given the treatment that animators are given on a
Disney
fairly
was all about the unions during the production of Pinocchio. They loved them.
Good point.
Totally loved them. I am not telling any lies whatsoever. Disney was so pro-union.
That's a good point.
Well then.
For Walt Disney, he was the victim of all his animators just wanting to get paid and fairly compensated. Have
like,
hostile work environments. Yeah.
Like, gee golly, who would have thought?
Yeah. I read a biography of Walt Disney, and like you can tell that the biographer was really, really, a really big admirer of Walt Disney because he was always portraying the people in the unions as if they were betraying him because they didn't like the work environments and which
that's the sort of biography you want. The totally
Yeah.
one.
Yeah.
He was great. That's it. Great book.
Yeah. Like apparently Walt Disney really liked people working with each other who didn't like each other at all. Like if he saw that two people were rivals and like just did not get along, they're like, oh, those two guys, there'd be something, competition.
Competition breeds, yeah. Or he took what was that saying? It was like, was it? All tides raises all ships or some stuff.
High tides raises all boats.
There you go. Yeah, but he took it the wrong way, obviously.
Sure.
Yeah. Or apparently he also played like really mean pranks on his employees.
Oh.
Wait, what?
Yeah. Cause it's all a big family. It's like it's one of those workplaces where like guys, we're all a big family. So like all family, I don't need to pay you fairly.
Yeah, that's great.
I heard this one. I guess it's an urban legend, or I guess it may have really happened. There was this company party, and some animators rolled a film, and it was basically an animation of Mickey and Minnie fucking,
Oh
and
no.
everybody in that staff room laughed, and they turned off the film, and then Walt Disney was like, who made that film?" And then like a couple of animators raised their hand, and he fired them on the spot.
Ugh.
Yeah. I can see
Oh.
that.
Like if anyone can verify that story, I would really appreciate it. But I really one time, and I was like, "Damn, that sounds fucked up."
Yeah.
But, yeah.
Yeah, it sounds like him. He was very protective of his brand when he was in charge of the whole studio.
Yeah, he definitely fired them not because it's a whole, oh, this is not professional, or this is like, violation of HR or any of those things. It was just that if it was anything else, then he probably would have been like okay with it.
Yeah, right.
The
Fun
fact
fact, that's actually part of the reason why he got the infamy of supposedly being anti-Semitic, because during World War II, the United States government came up to him to ask him to make some war propaganda films for to raise the troops' morale, to depict the Nazis as the evil assholes that they were, and he just didn't want a part in any of that, and and since he just wasn't the U.S. government was not fucking around at the time, they were like, oh no, this guy's anti-patriotic, probably hates the Jews, and he had to defend himself in court. Eventually, he lost, so he ended up making a bunch of propaganda films.
Oh, you want to hear something really fucked up? This is not necessarily related to the animators, but it is related to Disney. I just heard that the voice of Geppetto in the classic Pinocchio film, he really admired Adolf Hitler.
That's not surprising. The people at the time.
No. He was very outspoken about that shit. I'm like, wow, I can't look at Geppetto the same way again. It's going to be hard watching that film going like, Pinocchio, I really do admire this Hitler.
I mean, famously, Jiminy Cricket was into scat porn. No, I'm not kidding. I'm kidding. That's.
Anybody would be believing you.
Jesus.
They'd be like, "Huh, that tracks." Like what? It's funny.
Yeah. By the way, I watched what's that called? Puss in Boots: The Last Wish over the weekend. That was really great, dude.
Nice.
So
yeah, that was
honestly
pretty enjoyable.
Honestly one of the best animated films I've seen. Period.
Nice.
I think.
Yeah, that was really well done. What would you say is your highlights?
I love the fact that I was thinking of that film because of Jiminy Cricket, who ends up, tagging along with Jack Horner and thinking it's like, oh, I can redeem this man. There's some good in everybody. There's some good in everybody. Until he finally gets up and he's like, no, you're an irredeemable bastard.
Right.
And he's like, oh yeah, what took you so long?
Yeah. Yeah, I definitely appreciated that for just having a character that's just a bad guy. Just
for sure.
Not like other like these days where they're always trying to find some sort of redeemable thing. It's like everybody, yeah, all right, let's make Joker be redeemable, like kind of thing.
Yeah. It's kind of nice to see somebody who's like, he describes
evil,
himself as having
pats himself on the back about being evil. Yeah,
he's a idle brat who just wants everything, and
he really
doesn't care about anyone.
A cartoonish Trump in the movie is just which is funny because Trump is already cartoonish, so therefore, like this is just even more apt.
Right.
To the situation. It's fucking. Man. He's still a human being. Like, shut up. He's bad. He just has a different opinion. I'm like, no, that's not a different.
Yeah, that argument doesn't track when they're like the leader of the free world for a period
Yes.
of time. Like, I'm
Mhm.
sorry, no, it's not just an opinion. He's actively changing things for the worse.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think somebody put it out there. A comedian said that he's like, I'll give Trump this. He's an honest liar. He's like, there was like a skit where the guy
Right.
was like, he's coming from the house of the big bad people of, like the Enclave, right? The secret organization behind, puppeteering, everything. And he's actually from that. And he walks out the house, starts yelling at people saying, they are doing fucked up shit in there. Fucked up shit, and we should do something about it. Now, while you go talk about it, I'm gonna go back in there and just have some pizza. Like, I mean, he's honest about the fact that he's taking advantage of it.
Sure.
So we're like,
mean,
okay.
I think that people, in a way, people admire how genuine he is. But
Yeah.
he's a genuine, bastard racist.
Right.
So
Right.
Right.
it's a little bit hard to be
Yes.
like, oh yeah, at least he's a horrible human being. But
Yes.
honest
Yes.
about it.
I want to ask, like, personally ask John Mulaney, is like, did you at all think that you were playing a Trump character here? Like, did that ever come into because like when he's
Sure.
playing the character, I'm all like, this feels like I watch it on the news, just like with colorful things happening. So it's like, I'm really curious about that.
So taking the different tangent away from Trump. Another thing that I thought was
Yes,
funny
please
in
do.
another thing that I thought was funny in the show is that Puss in Boots has a doctor who's also his barber, and then you see, and when he's walking out of the out of the clinic,
yeah.
you see that there's a little girl with a bunch of pets. It's like, oh, it's his it's his vet. The guy's not a doctor. He's a vet.
Right, yeah. But it's like that irony of like he's doing multiple jobs.
Yeah.
Like if
Hey,
one
man.
career
How
is
many-
not doing well, like, he'll get work in a different way.
Yeah, I mean, how
Feel
many
the- feel
veterinarians
like-
are supposed to groom your pets? That's that's a whole one and whole service.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's pretty funny. Oh man.
The fact that they have like a crazy cat lady.
Oh yeah, like yeah. And then that he had like I think that I can't remember. It was like the dog. The dog was just he's like, you're too nice, like too nice and stuff like that. And that was like,
He's so sad.
yeah,
That's
he has
so
such a
sad.
sad background, but he's such a good person. We're cracking up the whole time of how the fact that he's the one character in the entire movie that deserves the wish, and yet I don't know. I don't know how to put it. You explain it. He's just
Explain what part? Oh, the dog?
just the character. Like the character is just.
He's just very optimistic and only sees the good things in life, even when there's actually absolutely nothing good in his life.
Right.
Like,
He's
his brothers.
abandoned.
Yeah, I know exactly.
The way he
Bullied, abandoned. They
yeah,
try
he
to kill him.
Yeah, he has no idea. Like he's so innocent in the sense that he has like no idea that his previous owners or his quote unquote family tried to kill him, like abandon and kill him, and get rid of him. But the way he explains it is as if like that wasn't their intention at all. It's really funny. Cracks me up. Oh right, and then there was the fact the map like changes the environment based on the person that's holding on to it. So like if you have like all the other characters have these kind of almost self-reflective situations occurring in the map road that it takes for them to get to the last wish. And like fairy tales do, this is trying to be kind of like a some sort of moral story for each character. But out of all the characters that have the easiest road to get to the last wish is the dog. Like literally, it's just what was it? One of them was like flowers, and all you had to do was smell the flowers to get past it. But everybody else
Right.
couldn't get past it because
You had to stop and smell the roses.
stop
Yeah.
and smell the roses. Yeah, that was his road. And then for
Other
them,
people had like the pit of soul, death, lost souls, the
Mhm.
chasm of eternal loneliness. It's like Jesus Christ. All
yeah,
these people had
everybody's
so
was
many
just
eternal
really,
wishes.
really scary. That's so funny. And yet everybody's trying so hard to get to the wishing star, but for the dog, it's like, I love just being here with you guys, my friends. Oh man. He's like, you're my new family, and they're like, I don't want to be near you. I hate
I
you
know.
for no reason. You're just too nice. He's like the Guillermo of the group, basically.
He's played by Guillermo too.
Ah, I knew it.
Really? Nice.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, me and Brenda have been watching the newest episodes of What We Do in the Shadow.
Oh, nice.
We've been keeping up with it.
Didn't he turn into a? Wasn't he gonna turn into finally into a vampire at the end of the last season?
Mm-hmm. Yep. There is
Did
a
he?
conclusion to that,
Oh.
or at least there is another plot point to it.
Hmm.
That still hasn't really resolved, but is pretty interesting, I suppose.
Right.
There is I still think it still has the problem of like everything goes back to status quo.
Hmm.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like from our last experience from it was just like, oh,
Right.
we just came back to the same spot.
Yeah.
Hopefully this might be different because like they're like him with the whole vampire thing and his kind of storyline feels like I don't see how they can, unless they write themselves or like writing themselves in a corner. I don't feel like that there's no way to just go back to normal from this, like, to me. But I imagine there is. It might be one of those things. Don't know. Can't say.
I'll start watching. I'll start watching by once the whole season is over.
Yeah.
Makes sense. Makes sense. So what else we got here?
Well, we have that.
So what is the details of this animator unionizing thing? Is it Warner Brothers? Oh, and Cartoon Network. Oh, they're petitioning. Okay.
The Animation Guild amid a mounting pressure on studios with the ongoing. Interesting.
Bum, bum, bum.
I mean, if they're ever gonna do it, this is a great time right now with the with all the strikes that are going on.
Right.
Yeah.
It would put. There's another thing about this is that this definitely makes a streaming. It puts pressure on the fact that, or makes more of a reality that streaming is more confirmed now than ever that is just more of a bubble, and this is causing that to burst. Because like this whole thing is between all the strikes, then and this unionizing and whatnot is due to streaming, if you really think about it.
Yeah.
Well, it's the studio's handling of the streaming, not so much
Yes.
the streaming itself. Yeah.
Right. Not that streaming is bad. It's more like
It's just mishandled, like so many other
Yeah.
things we hear about.
exactly.
Mismanaged.
It's being pushed out in in a way where it's ignoring like important aspects for fairness on all sides.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I think this would have all been avoided if you just made Thomas Edison the founding of Hollywood. Wasn't the reason that Hollywood is located in California is because they were trying to get away from having to pay Thomas Edison? I heard something like that before. The use of film and stuff.
Wait, Hollywood is originally in California? Yeah, I think it was something along those ways, along those lines, where they were, people were just running away from high taxes, and you can only run away from them for so long.
Right.
Yeah. But honestly, I don't remember. I remember that the whole story was pretty interesting, but there's a lot of plot points to that. So, if we ever want to come back to talk about the story of Hollywood, that'll be a whole topic in and of its own.
Right. Yeah, that's a tricky one. A lot of details.
Who should also be joining in, in trying to unionize game developers.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, they're making like separate unions, like smaller unions, but yeah. You're seeing like I think like Sega just unionized.
Wow.
They're making like so it seems like there's like a lot of separate unions, not so much one big union yet, but
yeah,
it feels like it's moving in the right direction.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. That I did not hear about. I did not.
I know, right? That good news very, very seldom actually makes the news, right?
True.
It's not no one cares. It's like no one outside of it cares. Where it's like
Sure.
It's like it's not the hot story,
Yeah.
Unfortunately. Which is funny because it's like there's not that much news now. Like even with San Diego Comic-Con and shit, because everyone's on strike, none of the actors and like people they can't come to the fucking shows. So it's like it's pretty dead. And so like even the news, there's not that much news coming out of these shows. It's like you figured that these like more important issues like that would sort of be bubbling to the surface, but they're not.
Yeah.
Damn you, clicks. Everybody wants to do the one that clicks the most.
True.
I mean, some productions are still able to carry out like A24 productions because they wanted to comply to, the demands of the strike.
Yes, some people are still doing it, and then obviously we were talking about the UK thing last week with hiring UK actors and stuff, which is why things like House of the Dragon are like still going basically unimpeded. But yeah.
Yeah, I heard about another one where it's something about some movie called something like Killing a Unicorn or something like that. Has the what's that actor? Paul Rudd, I think, with Jenna Ortega in it. But I forget what was the reason why they got permission to still run it. I think there's like a technicality that they can still do the film. Maybe is it independent? I don't know.
Right.
I think it's something to do with the A24 where because of the way that the actors are outside of the union scope. I'm not sure. But yeah, that's right. Like there's some productions that are still going on.
Yeah, there's some productions that are considered non-union work. I guess if you're like producer too, like then there's like that element of like it's out of your own pocket type of situation, so it's considered like a private matter.
Apparently, this is even affecting George R. R. Martin. I was reading. I'm reading right now that he's Martin announced that his overall deal with the HBO, and I'm reading it off of the IGN website. That his deal with HBO was suspended on June the 1st.
Oh.
Good. Maybe he can get back to his book. He's waiting for over a decade.
Right, that's exactly what I'm thinking.
Oh man.
Just write the damn book.
Eliminate some of those distractions for you. There you go.
How about he stop doing fantasy football?
Yeah.
I know.
How about go back to the other fantasy that you're working on?
What if he is like, oh, I'm good. What if he joins the writer's strike as well? It's like, no, not continuing, Win some winter now.
Anything to not write this book.
I know, right?
What the hell?
Hmm.
Oop, too many toes here. God.
By the time he's done writing it,
Yeah, he's like
everybody
in there
forgets.
like as an imposter because they're all like, "Wait, you don't write you write books. Like, why are you here?"
Mhm.
He's like, "I came and brought donuts," and then they're all like, "Ah," and they're like, "Hey," and then like, and everybody forgets that he's there. He's like, "Whatever. He brought some donuts. Let's go."
How about those 49ers? Am I right? Because fantasy football. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know if he's like what team he's all about or something, or how in depth his thing about. But I only bring that up because I overheard that like he has a blog that goes over football or something, and because it was
wish
like it was basically a
Revolution-
joke on the fact that he's written more on his blog about football than he has
Sure.
talked about his book that he doesn't touch. Yeah.
Mhm.
Emphasizing, he has plenty of time.
Sure.
This is not a matter of him not having time.
In fact, if he's going to write about fantasy football, he should really put the fantasy in fantasy football. And he should just make up different teams. The unicorns versus the dragons.
Yeah, imagine he like makes a whole show and he Game of Thrones football.
Yeah,
The drama.
That's an idea.
There's drama there, teams buying other players out and whatever. I mean, I'm sure that's some shady practices happen there in some way or whatever.
Yeah.
Sure. I don't know football, so I can't say.
I still don't get fantasy football, and I had it explained to me like 3 times.
Right.
Like, okay, so you bet on this game that doesn't really happen, but it's like a dream. Whatever.
Yeah.
It's just a lottery in football form. That's how I'm getting it.
Essentially,
It's basically yeah, like it's yeah. That it's almost even like they're making a video game out of the game that between like playoffs and stuff. Like since there's nothing exciting to do, then it's like, well, let's just make our own version and put bits on that. And then
like if George R. R. Martin wasn't
stats.
gonna finish the fucking book like during the pandemic, he'll never finish it. Like that was the
Yeah.
time. The world stopped.
sure.
Like that was the time.
The world stopped. Yeah, it's so true. That was the time. If there was ever a time. Oh man. I feel like so back to the streaming thing. I was thinking about how the whole writer and actor strike is like because it feels like beforehand and even maybe a little bit more in the tail end of it where like it feels like the streaming service are pumping out shows like nuts.
Yeah.
True.
It's just kind of like nuts, it's just like a lot of movies, a lot of shows, and it's mostly shows because they know if they put in like, a 9 1 hour each episode, 10, 12 episode series that they'll retain the subscription for those people, right? And it's like hit or miss, some of them are pretty good. Some of them
Most
are
of
like
them are bad. Yeah. Most
Yeah.
of them are bad. Like
And they're just
they're
being-
throwing everything at the wall.
Exactly. So it's like that's like the bubble that I
Yeah.
was thinking in my head, where it was like, this is probably gonna be better in the long run because we've been getting pretty dookie stuff. Like sometimes, some of that dookie stuff had a little bit of a gem in there. It's like,
Sure.
it's a little good. But then overall, though, it's just kind of just why did they even do this? Why did they throw money at this? And it's and this is kind of a reality check versus fucking what's his name? Iger, saying it was
Well,
like,
I
oh, yeah, it's like he's like, oh, it's just not sustainable. Yeah, what you were doing in the first place was not sustainable in the first place. It is you that made the unsustainable situation that much worse, which is why people are, going knock, 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 wake up. This is not, good to do that. Oh my
But
god.
I mean, to be fair to the CEOs, do you really expect them to go without a new yacht every year? Come on, the poor guys. Like they can't
They can't
get
seem to think.
$50 million yachts if
Yeah, they just
They
can't
gotta
think
settle
about
for
like.
the $25 million yacht. That's not good enough. Like,
Yeah. They're looking at the sheet, the contract, saying like, I get that percentage, even though I'm ignoring all other signals, all other red flags that maybe I shouldn't be taking that much of a percentage out of it, for the sustainability of the entirety, like, of the longevity of the industry that I'm actually profiting off of. I just like their scope is like it's so crazy how sometimes
Yeah.
people at the top, they're like thinking not long term enough. You get what I'm saying?
No, I mean, CEOs, they don't really work in the long term because they don't need to.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
You get paid a certain amount,
Yeah,
you
they
get
just
your
dump it,
bonuses, and then even if the company fails, you still get all the money and you just walk away to something else. It doesn't matter. Like, they don't give a shit about the industry or any of it. It's just like, oh, I got my money. Bye.
Bye. Yeah, exactly.
That's the funny thing that like it's pretty well documented that after your company has reached a level of success, like that success is just kind of self-sustaining. It's just on a feedback loop that no matter what you do, you can't fuck it up.
Right.
Not that somebody
Right,
like Elon
yeah.
isn't really trying really hard.
Right.
But what did you guys hear? He's renaming Twitter
Yeah, X.
to
X,
fucking X.
Yeah.
How original.
I know, right?
It's just
Apparently it
one
was
letter now.
Yeah, it's just apparently this is an ongoing like theme of his.
Yeah.
Like he actually was like changed the company Twitter to like the LLC to X already, like a long time ago apparently. And then he has this other theme, like he has this obsession with X. Like hell, wasn't his like kid like in this weird like lettering
he's
number
named
thing?
his kid Kyle, but he spelled it with a bunch of unusual characters, going like, "Oh, it's pronounced. It
like
starts
leap language,
with X, but it's pronounced T or something."
Yeah.
Apparently, PayPal was the original name was X.com.
Right. Yes, I heard about that. Before it got bought, and then he rebought it or something. I forget.
Okay, and here's the kicker.
Name.
And here's the kicker. The name X
So
in relationship to social media companies, that term is already owned by guess who? Mark Zuckerberg.
Oh, irony.
So that's going to be a legal battle.
Two robots think alike.
Yeah,
fantastic. I know.
It's like watching Godzilla and King Kong fight. It's like whoever wins, we lose.
I'm all for like.
Oh wait, that's more like the Predator and Alien.
Having threads
just
and stuff like that. But at the same time, I can't just shake the feeling of it's like, well, I mean, that guy, Threads is made by Meta, and Facebook already had to deal with all that bullshit with their involvement in the elections.
Yeah.
Like, it's... Do you really think he cares about, making Threads a safe place? I mean, I don't think he gives a fuck.
I mean, he cares as much as, it's going to impact his wallet. And it just turns out that it's much more economically viable to make your media website, advertiser and family friendly than just let everybody just spew out, a bunch of crazy shit. Like, it turns out, not everybody wants to be in 4chan. Who knew?
The thing is everybody wants to be anonymous about their opinion because they know that there's consequences for their supposed freedom of speech. And they don't just is that again?
I mean, it's called freedom of speech, not freedom of consequence.
Yes, exactly. Jeez, it's crazy. Well, you can say anything, freedom of speech. And it's like, well, I can have also a opposing opinion that happens to get in the way of your opinion.
Well, at the very same time, I mean, freedom of speech does cut both ways. You have your right to your
course.
opinion, but
Yep.
you also should understand that making your opinion public means people have a right to criticize it as well.
Right.
You might
Right.
not like that criticism, but sometimes there has to be someone who can tell you to shut the fuck up if you're saying things that are a little bit unhinged and offensive and harmful. Like, look, I get it. You want to be real and you want to say like, "Oh, I say what's on my mind and I'm honest about things and I give you the straight talk." But at the end of the day, you're just bitching and rambling like some spoiled child against other people online, or mostly just trying to have a good time about things. It's like,
Right.
what good are you doing? What service are you providing when you're being a dick?
Yeah. Yeah. Hilarious. Let's see. What we also got here? What else we got here? Bam. So Spider-Man 2, that story trailer, pretty much leaning on the fact of yeah, I'm pretty sure that's not Eddie Brock. I mean,
shit, I didn't
they're
even
making
see
pretty
The trailer.
obvious.
What's happening to the trailer?
They introduced Harry Osborn and stuff, and Venom is saying very similar quotes to him, so I'm pretty sure they're being very obvious about it at this point, or they're playing another tricky situation where it turns out it might be not Harry Osborn and it's actually Norman Osborn. I mean, that'd be quite
Norman Osborn would be great. He'd be a great Venom, yeah.
Yeah. So like, for all we know, we could say that this is just a different origin story for Green Goblin for all we know, right? Or it's
yeah.
he because if you think about it, like, and this is like, just bear with me here, like Green Goblin technically is a split personality similar to having Venom, but Venom actually is like the difference between Venom is that the split personality isn't a split personality, it's a sentient thing that is
right. It's actually
roommates.
two personalities, like
Right.
It's actually two beings clashing.
Yeah. And then versus Green Goblin, it's like he's just more of a psychological struggle between him, just essentially himself.
Do you think it's that I'm looking at the trailer right now, and if you pause it at what is it, minute 1:1, you see a man in in a suit with glasses. Do you think that's going to be the one who ends up getting possessed by you think that's Harry Osborn or Norman Osborn? If you're looking at the trailer,
I mean, we've already seen Norman Osborn in the.
What does he look like?
He's got red hair and he's got the suit. I don't know how better.
He has a green suit when we first saw him in the first Spider-Man, but he was much older. What you said? 122?
101.
101?
Yeah,
it's just some random guy in glasses. So it may not be him.
He didn't have glasses. I know that. But...
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
Well, it's gonna turn out to be Mary Jane.
Here, let me see if I could really look at that. Oh yeah,
Jesus.
that's not him.
Yeah.
That's definitely somebody else because he looks too young to be Norman.
Jesus, Insomniac. What
I don't
kind
think
of
that's Harry either, right? Because Harry is shown in the beginning.
What kind of magic did they use to like make these games? Like it just looks so good.
Peter Parker looks so weird. I hate how they changed him.
That's true.
Yeah.
He's just too young.
Right? He looks younger than Miles.
Yeah, it's really just.
It's very distracting.
Yeah, it's very just jarring.
Mm-hmm.
It's very odd.
Mary Jane looks totally different too. Maybe it's just.
I mean, her hair is different. She actually looks pretty much the same.
Yeah. She looks way hotter. But I think it's just you can see her really glowing eyes more. I think it's more an emphasis of that. Maybe I don't know. Who cares?
Maybe
the whole thing looks really really good.
Yeah.
Graphics.
They added more stuff. I just saw that they had a panel. I saw the panel today, and I didn't realize that Venom was voiced by
Tony Todd, yeah.
Tony Todd. Yeah,
Candyman himself.
I was all like, oh, okay, well, really cool.
Tony
And
Todd. He played Candyman,
Candyman?
back in the day, and
Yeah.
a bunch of other stuff since then. But pretty much,
For sure.
you know him as Candyman.
No man's Candyman most of the time, yeah. But he's been in a lot of other stuff too. His voice is,
Right.
I think, pretty iconic in terms of just
Yeah.
how it is.
I mean, he was the one
I forget the other things.
who leaked the whole release date in the first place, or what they said was going to be the release date. That was like months ago when he's like, "Oh yeah, it's going to come out in August. They're going to reveal it in August, and it's going to come out in September."
Right.
Which
yeah.
is
Tony
yeah.
Todd, yeah, the guy from all those movies. He's been in so many, but I just can't think
a
of a
lot.
single
Yeah, he's
one
been in
right
a
now.
lot of movies, a lot of TV shows. Yeah.
I-
I think most, but I think he's been on a sci-fi channel show or something. You know,
Okay.
Battlestar Galactica.
I
remember,
must-
like, him on that.
I mostly remember him from being the coroner in the Final Destination movies.
Yeah. He was also on 24. He played two different characters on the show. Where like in season 3 he played like a detective, and then in season 7 he played the main villain, which was weird. It was like that was distracting for sure. It's like, wait, you've already been here. Like, why are we just reusing the same dudes? Yeah.
Somebody told him, no one would notice. Oh, they did.
This is funny.
Oh, he was on the Orville.
What's that?
Oh, he was
Orville?
on the Orville. Yeah.
Oh
Was he?
yeah, he was.
I don't even
Moakland-
remember.
He had Wikipedia and just looking at his
He was one of the Moakland delegates.
Ah.
Oh, yeah.
filmography.
Yeah, I didn't even realize until the other day that Chad L. Coleman, the actor, plays like the maid of one of the crew members, like the alien, like the Klingon dude, basically, who on Orville. I didn't realize that was him.
Oh, yeah.
God,
And then he's playing the voice of the symbiote.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
That actually will be pretty interesting then.
Yeah. So they were talking about how they had actually originally, like, I guess the director, I mean, or I don't know who he was, but I don't know names. So anyways, he was talking about how when they were asking him, oh, who do you think you want to get for Venom? And he was like, I don't really know. And then he was just watching stuff, and then Candyman popped up, and he's like, hey, I don't know. How about somebody that's a little bit like Ty, like we're just gonna have him, somebody similar to that. And then he gets the call back, and they're like, you're not gonna believe the thing I'm gonna tell you, but he's interested. And he was just like blown away, because he was just throwing a name out there, thinking that we're never gonna get him, right? Like, they think it's like, oh man, he's just too popular, I guess. I don't know, or like, maybe he would be too booked up or something, or he wouldn't be interested in playing, a kind of a almost atypical thing, for him to play. Oh yeah, another villain, right?
God
Like,
damn it. Right.
I mean, most actors at that point just like wants to do something different. But he
Yeah,
was interested, so.
Sometimes people get typecast in some things. Okay. The reason why I was thinking, being typecast is like, Apollo. You remember the mother of the Roy kids in Succession, right?
Yeah.
That old woman who.
British lady. Yeah.
Yeah. She plays in there like this, like distant, completely unloving, like
Yeah.
the absentee mother. There's a TV show on that I started watching just recently on Apple TV, which is called Silo, which is basically it's basically Fallout, but if it all happened in the vault and they could never get out.
Right. Yeah, I've heard about that. Yeah.
Yeah. She basically plays the exact same role, except she's a mechanic. I wonder how she feels about the fact that when somebody looks for a cold, unloving woman, they think, yeah, let's hire her. She plays
I
it
mean,
well,
I
though.
bet I bet she still has it that she, feels it. She's all like, man, when everybody looks at me, they just think that. I mean, what is it about me that makes them want to cast me as that character?
Right.
I bet there is that struggle. Like a lot of actors probably think that, and then start, relating other people's judgment to what they expect out of them, and they kind of skews their idea of who they are. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that's a kind of struggle of, that's one of the very, very first things you have to let go of you when you're an
Mhm.
actor, right? Your ego.
Yeah.
Like, you kind of have to, let your ego die to be able to encompass any type of character you're gonna play, even if it's I don't know, uh, a pterodactyl with self-esteem issues. You just had to embody that.
It certainly should be one of the things that they
True.
let go.
True.
But I mean,
Yes.
then
Jared
I-
Leto,
I-
definitely. It's
I
Yeah.
mean,
it's I guess to the opposite of that.
Jared
Right.
Leto is an interesting actor because I used to think he was really a great actor, and the longer he goes on, the worse he gets. Where like
Yeah.
every role I see him in now, he's just bad. Like I feel like he's
Mm.
like almost just playing his crazy self in every fucking role, and he's I don't think he's a good actor anymore. It's really weird.
Have you heard you heard about the whole cult thing, right? Him and his
Oh yeah.
What?
Yeah.
I mean,
Oh, yeah,
it
you
doesn't
need to look that
surprise
up.
me, but
You need
it
to
He
look
has
that
an
up.
island. He has an island where he literally, he
It's-
invites people, and it is absolutely a cult.
Yeah, his fans for was it called 30 Seconds to Mars or something?
Yeah.
Yeah, he has a whole cult following, but it's less
like an actual
following
cult.
and
Literal
more
cult.
actual
It's not a-
literal.
following,
Yeah,
You
you
is
spend
the
a
least
lot of
surprising
money
thing I've heard of
to
it.
go meet the band and do some really, I don't know, spiritually enlightening.
I mean, it's an island
activities.
with no police. They do whatever.
Yes.
Who knows what's happening there to the full extent? It's
Exactly. Yeah.
crazy.
I think I'd rather join that little church group called the Unitologists. That sounds a lot more safe.
I mean, I'd rather be a Swiftie than a Maroon 5 guy or something.
At least Taylor Swift is hot.
Yes.
There's something
Yes.
there.
There's something there, indeed. At least for that, I could just leave everything to speculation through their songs.
Yeah.
Whereas Leto is a little different. It's a little different story. Oh, man.
I mean, some girls are into him, and about 10% of guys probably.
I mean, he's
Sure.
not a bad. He's a good-looking guy. He's
Yeah.
just fucking like. There's weird, and then there's Leto, where it's like you can get weird to an
Mhm.
extent, but then like, I don't know. I don't know if he's like playing it up in interviews or something. He might be. Like, he very
Mhm.
well might be just like exaggerating his own personality. But then you hear about the cult thing, and it's like, I think he's just like this. I think he's
Right.
just like a really fucking weird dude doing
Yeah.
weird shit.
He's just always method acting.
Yes. Yeah, he could be. He could very, very, very well be.
Are you preparing yourself for a new role, Jared Leto? Yeah, I might be. I don't know what the role is, but it will come.
Oh man, that really does sound like something you would say. Oh man. You even tried to go on the whole meme thing for the it's Morbin time thing.
Mm.
It was all like, man, that
Did
was.
anybody watch that?
I haven't seen it still.
The movie?
Yeah.
Yeah, I watched it a while
Oh.
ago.
How was that?
How was that?
It's as
experience?
bad as you could expect. I told you guys about it, where he's like flying on the CG waves or whatever with like.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
The
It doesn't
weird
make any
smoke.
sense. Because he
Like-
doesn't have any wings, and they don't explain how he's flying or what he's even flying on. He's just flying on these CG waves, and it's like, okay, I guess we're supposed to believe it. It's so
he's-
stupid. I mean, it's exactly what you've heard. It's just
Right.
terrible,
Yeah. Freaking wild. He's riding on black smoke waves or something.
Something,
Huh.
yeah.
That's interesting.
It's not that he jumps really fast or high or whatever. Or they could have just said, it really is spirituality. Like, it's an energy, and he's just, like, spiritually flying on these things. That's how it's working. Spirits is energy. Like, and that energy he's riding on. There you go. Now we have scientific evidence of spirits. Why not? Right? Just go for it. Just go all the way. Spirits exists. There's nothing magical about it. It's now science. What is that? What is this? Okay, cool. So let's see. Right. So the Marvels? They finally show in the trailer the villain, but it's pretty much, like, you can already tell it's a throwaway villain, like, instantly. It's like, oh yeah, this.
So was the villain, because it looked like the villain? Does she have a grill? She has like a
I think you're
like
right.
Like
What?
the like chrome grill. That's what it looked like to me.
Let me see.
Okay, now I see it. Yeah, I see this. Where's the villain?
Okay.
Where's the villain? Oh God, you're right. There is some sort of
Like,
weird.
That was
teeth
the
thing.
only thing that stood out into the trailer where I was like, man, they're all out of ideas. This is the design that they're coming up with. It just looks fucking terrible. I mean, it's not like the movie looks bad enough, but that was like,
Right.
that was the tipping point where it's like, I'm never gonna watch this movie.
It's so fucking.
It really,
Yeah.
I think it looks fun, but it really just looks like it's just a trailer to another movie. Like they really just introducing the characters to like put them in a scenario where eventually we'll have them in another movie. But you're
Yeah.
right, like it's just filler.
It's just filler. Yeah, it really is. Yeah.
Like the only thing that I think it's gonna be funny, at best, but it's not going to,
Yeah,
But yeah,
they're trying to do a very classic Marvel move right now is to ensemble the cast together,
Yeah.
Put
I mean,
them
they only
all
did that because nobody
together.
likes Brie Larson. Like, so they were
Right.
like, we can't have her as the starring role again and have a movie that makes no money again. We gotta fucking bring in these. I get, like people like the Miss Marvel actress, so you bring in her, and so yeah, and then you bring in the other one, and there you go.
I love it how like that the actress in that plays Miss Marvel, they're gonna have her co-write stuff.
Oh yeah, I heard about that. Yeah.
Speaking of the character, right?
Mm-hmm.
Who?
So yeah,
Like it, the
Robbie,
comic.
she is the actress where Miss Marvel. She's actually co-writing the new version of the character after the other one got killed off. So
Right, in the comics, in the actual graphic novel, yeah. I love her response. Her response is, "Wow, I feel so honored. I'm such a fan. I've never written anything before." I'm like, that's not good. I'm like, you don't have.
you're not even being true to your character. Start writing that fan fiction.
Yeah, I was like,
Right.
0 experience. I don't think this is a great idea, but hey, you got.
I mean,
the
you
job.
can't do much worse than the current MCU writers, so have at it.
Sure.
True.
Hey, you never know.
It's clear that
She'd
it's
be
clear that they have no plan.
right.
Whatsoever.
Yeah, in
where,
the MCU
where's
stuff.
all
Yeah.
this going, dude?
Yeah.
I mean, they said, they have a roadmap, but we don't know exactly how this is going to turn out, especially with the whole Jonathan Majors thing, right? with
Yeah,
that whole
Mhm.
ongoing thing. Like, he's supposed to be the main villain. Are they recasting, or are they not? Like, they have already pushed back all. Like, I think every movie after Miss Marvel is like pushed back by a year or something
Right.
like that. So it's like,
Because of the
I think they're
strikes too.
scrambling, trying to figure it out. Yeah, exactly. And again, yeah, they're assuming the strikes are going to be over by then. So yeah, who knows? Who knows if we get any of the stuff that they said we're going to get in terms of Avengers, Kang Dynasty, or whatever the fuck. I don't know.
Does anybody know
Right.
who the bad guy is supposed to be? What's
What
her
in
deal?
this in
In
Miss Marvel?
Marvels? Yeah.
I have no
No,
idea.
I don't know.
I've never. Yeah,
It
I
just
have
looks
no
like somebody
idea who this person.
cosplay.
Yeah, you might as well say it that way. Yep.
Yeah.
Again, it's a throwaway villain. It like I
Yeah,
have.
that's true.
We don't even have the context to the stakes of like what the fuck, why she hates. Captain Marvel and stuff. Like where?
Right.
What's the association here other than the bangle? Like that's it.
Mm.
Yeah, like literally, it doesn't describe anything.
Yeah, I mean, even the connection of their powers doesn't really describe anything because
Right. I don't
Monica
even understand
Rambeau-
why is it connected.
Monica
that way?
Rambeau Monica Rambeau describes them as one can manipulate light, the other one she can see light. I'm thinking that's everybody can see light. That's how light works. That's not a superpower.
Right.
Uh,
Like talking about
So this-
energy waves or something like that. Whatever.
right, exactly. Unless they mean the light from Destiny or something.
Yeah. I can see the storyline now.
Right.
um.
The powers of microtransactions.
Yeah. Get your bright dust now.
Oh my god.
Um.
Already feeling the PTSD.
Do you think they'll ever bring back America Chavez?
Yeah, I mean they have to, right? If this is
Really?
going to be a multi-universe type of thing, the thing is like she's got the power to like connect to any universe. She's basically
Sure.
one of the most
important. Yeah.
important. She has one of the most
mean-
important roles.
Yes and no. Don't they still have the technology from Tony Stark to do the multiverse jumps and shit?
You would assume so.
Like, unless that was just lost, which
No,
it
but
could
that's-
be. But I mean, they recovered like random shit, like Ronin's like costume and shit from the wreckage of the
Yeah.
Avengers Tower or whatever. So they don't really need her. Like, you can do a million ways to like jump through universes.
Sure. Yeah.
True.
Sure.
But that's the thing. Like, they've also done really a really poor job at defining what the universe is because
Right.
either are they different? Are there different timelines, or are they actual different universes that are just kind of laying on top of each other, or are they?
I don't think they know.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, I don't think they. Yeah, honestly, like any of the things that y'all all just brought up between America Chavez and then having, the technology from before to jump between timelines, or jump between time itself. I'm positive they don't even have an explanation themselves. Like they don't even know, like where things are going at all.
True.
And that I don't even think there's even somebody that's really paying attention to those details. And then like they're just gonna write themselves into a hole, as if they haven't already.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure all of that stuff is gonna be lost. Even in fact, actually, I even think that we're probably not gonna see America Chavez, just because they're so lost. They're just not gonna. They're gonna forget that they even had that. Because there are so many even teasers too on like the ends of each movie. They put in a teaser and it just never comes to fruition or never even matters. So it's like I don't think there's anybody that's paying attention to that kind of storyline at all, to be perfectly honest. And that's the pessimistic, realistic kind of projection there. I wish that we will have some sort of America Chavez coming back and really kind of becoming a vehicle for all the other characters, having to push the story, that the plot forward, where they need to use her to jump between different timelines or something like that, and then I hope that they do explain the difference, or if there even is a difference, maybe it's not a difference between universes where their like timelines create new universes even. I mean, that'd be fine to kind of go that route to even say that. Or like because of a decision that one person made, it splits off into all these other different universes, and that's totally fine to go say that. And then time is just ongoing. And then like even if it loops, it universe finds a way to heal itself. Where even if it's disastrous, it's not like some sort of, I don't know, Terminator or Back to the Future kind of logics where it's just like, oh, you know, constant loop or looper.
Right. I guess the answer to that would be then, will we ever see America Chavez? If the plot needs her.
But even then, like, I mean, she was just a plot device in Multiverse of Madness anyway.
True,
Yeah,
she
Like,
was.
how do you bring her back is like
another
more
plot
than
device.
that, you know? Like she's
Yeah.
yeah, exactly. It's just gonna be like, oh, get us to the next universe, okay, and that's it.
Yeah, it's a good
I
point.
mean, they could even just make that part of her character too, where she feels like that she's underused or underappreciated when she's the only one that's actually able to like jump between universes safely. That could easily be because they do that with like Ant-Man too, right? Like in the comics, then the Ant-Man is like feels like he's like inadequate compared to any of the other superheroes, which kind of tilts him into like a darker version of himself.
Unless, Nick Fury, comes up and, tells everybody that like, oh, we can't be using, America Chavez, all the time. We need to, figure it out ourselves. Just like he's doing in Invasion.
I was gonna just bring that up. Secret Invasion's on Hulu now.
Oh yeah, that's how
that's
you know it's
interesting.
doing bad.
Yeah, and I was like, hey, I could watch this. Nah, even now, I'm like who cares? there's no desire for me to like fucking touch this.
Yeah, it's really going nowhere.
Shocking.
So far. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. We're about to be hitting that last episode.
It's crazy. It doesn't feel like anything has been resolved.
Yeah. It's funny.
Yeah. Unless they're really planning on not resolving anything, or I guess at some point Nick Fury is just gonna give a speech about how we all have to do better.
No, please. That doesn't even match his
hilarious.
fucking
That was so
personality
Yeah.
at all. God.
Falcon and the
Oh, messagey.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Like, I'm only like 2 episodes in, but I'm at this point, I'm kind of not caring about having spoilers. So, I have this huge problem with the whole gaps as a flaw thing, where the blip isn't his fault, and it wasn't just him looking for a new home for the Skrulls. Carol Danvers was on the case too, so where's her?
Yeah, where's your 2 cents?
Bag?
Right.
Yeah. I mean, she was the one who originally was genociding your people under false pretenses, so she kind of owes you more than Fury does.
Yeah, actually, that's a good point. Not a lot to say on that.
So far.
I can't say anything to her because they don't address anything about her, but they do at least have a moment in the past where you see, I guess, their way of establishing in the plot that he did promise things that he could not keep, and then later in another episode, I think they have a moment between him and Talos where he basically admits that he lied, like that any hope that.
So, are you talking about the part where they're on the train and
they're
playing that game now? Tell me something I don't know.
Yeah,
that part where it's like, pretty much all of us came to that, so we weren't sure.
Right.
we find a home, and it's like, and here you got Mag going like, we don't even trust ourselves. We don't even
Right.
get along with each other. And it's like he's right about that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Having another kind on there, it's going to complicate things. It's like,
I yeah.
yeah,
I think I. So my thoughts on the show is a couple things is one, the show is like good points. Here's the good points. So the good points is I like Talos. Also
Yeah.
like the actor. I appreciate that it focuses more on him, and I think it's also his performance works well between him and Fury, because I think this is the first time we ever get to meet a Fury that isn't some sort of like a plot. What's the right word for this? A
genre
character.
savvy, I'd say, but that's TV tropes talk, not mine.
I think so. Yeah. Like
Like
he's
Yeah, because he usually
his
does
knowledge
seem like
is
3 steps ahead of the plot.
exactly. Yes, he's irrefutably right. Like he's a kind of character that you, the writer, use as it's kind of MacGuffin-ish in the sense you don't know too much about him, and like where that set is, you just know that whatever he says that he's already knows something that you don't. But this is the first time where we're seeing him as not as a figure that is irrefutable and you can't argue against him. Whereas now you're seeing him as a person that is kind of in turmoil with like the situation that he's running into. But I like it only because that Talos is really questioning him, and really like their interaction was like, man, he's really just just he's jabbing it into him, like telling him that we had to do what we had to do, and you have no right to kind of tell us what to do. On top of that, you promised things that, and then the argument is he promised things that he never intended to even fucking do, apparently. And they're rightfully upset.
Yeah.
So it makes
So
sense in terms of that. And then that's the
You know-
good. That was the good aspect. But then the bad aspect is that it's so short, and then we don't even touch on to. Okay, then if the issue is that he's not representing or pushing towards the goal to get a home for them, then again, I've already argued this. It's like, why is it that the Asgards are totally fine, right? Like their situation is fine, and we don't address that. And then on top of that, Talos reveals that, oh yeah, so Fury, you lied to us, in our face, right? Let's just put that on the table. But we've been lying to you long beforehand. It turns out the scrolls were here the whole time, right? Like,
and see, that's the thing that I actually
is-
kind of liked about the show. The fact that, it shows us, like, people who are, numerically, far, completely outnumbered, and they find themselves in a hostile situation where they think, all right, how are we gonna survive? And eventually it's revealed there's a bunch of people in, like, a bunch of the scrolls have taken the identities of people who are already in positions of power. It's like, oh, okay, that's an interesting angle. The fact that maybe it follows that idea of the conspiracy theory that they're the people, the elites are lizard people and stuff. It's like, oh, okay, it takes that angle, but it takes it seriously, and the idea that maybe you can rule an entire the entirety of humanity, not by force but by political and socioeconomic means. And that to me is an interesting angle. But then the show just goes in the direction of, like, how are we gonna survive? Oh, I know, we make super scrolls.
right. The villain, Gravik, makes a very weird decision of just grabbing literal power by not secretly, but by just, oh, we're just gonna make us really powerful like the Avengers.
Yeah.
It was
like, do the
that's really
Avengers-
simple.
Because like, are the Avengers in charge of the world? Are they, the ones who are like,
Right. Well, how much more power
are
do
they
you
the
need?
kings of the world? Right?
You literally control everything just by your little elite group of what was that, 5 people or something like that.
Right. I mean,
I was all like, and you live for hundreds of years. Like, why are we going this route with just being physically more powerful and having
Right.
super abilities? I don't understand the threat here that you
like the thread
see.
was more interesting when it was, brainy, when they were infiltrating those positions of power that
Right.
moved masses and and the entire economy, rather than, oh, we're
Yes.
just gonna give ourselves superpowers.
Yeah, that's the other thing too that they touched on and they didn't go far enough is that I came to realize in the conversations they were having is that when Talos was talking to him, he's all like, "We are the ones that helped you build the information and the secrets and held all that stuff for you." And I'm all like, "Wait a minute." So it turns out that everything that he had known, everything that made him the Nick Fury we know, was just because he had a bunch of secret spies that were scrolls that he was working that they were working for. So it's like, why don't we delve more into that? Like, I'd like to see a
Mhm.
spy thriller with literally that can have the ability to change shape, right? And then dealing with the psychological issue too, where it's you're coming to a foreign land and you have to be undercover cop basically,
Mhm.
and you can't live a normal life because now you can't live under your own skin. Like, it's even more like worse than an FBI agent, being a undercover agent amongst like these terrorists or something like that, and you have to
Oh, that's
pretend to
kind of
be
cool.
one of them.
That's
Right?
kind of cool
Yeah.
because it kind of reminds me of The Departed,
Yes. Like it would have been like better because then it added more to the context of also his like explaining why Nick Fury was able to know the things he knew, and it's because he had scrolls on his side secretly, building his network, right? And I'm all
Mhm.
like, that's cool, do more of that, but we don't even touch like how deep the rabbit hole goes. I was talking to Brenda, was like, why can't we just go the whole route of where like there is a secret society, and that secret society is actually why Nick Fury is so good at what he, quote unquote good at what he does, and he owes more to Scrolls than he's letting up, right? Which builds more of a conflict between him and his. And this is kind of like that buddy cop thing where like him and Talos are partners in this, but they clearly over these years, like, one cannot work without the other, and then like where does that line draw? But we're never gonna get it because you know
Because 6 episodes.
yeah, 6 episodes, and I mean
Just
Marvel
not
doesn't want to
enough for
go that far.
it's just not enough for those kind of themes. Like, it's smaller. Like,
Yeah.
it wasn't even enough for like a small. Like, it wasn't even. It's like 6 episodes. It's not even enough for like a smaller, um, a story with smaller stakes. Like WandaVision, like that had 10 episodes, and that had its smaller stakes. That was a smaller, setting, and it worked for it. But it was already 10 episodes.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Which
six
is
episodes.
funny because it's like we used to get like with it feels funny to like call it the good old days of Marvel, but it does feel like it was so long ago when we were getting stuff like Winter Soldier and Civil War, where you are dealing with like political things, and they're they're higher stakes politically, especially in Winter Soldier with like Hydra having infiltrated Shield and all that shit. Like, it's those stakes are like so much higher in like a 2.5 hour movie. And it's like,
Mm-hmm.
how are we not doing this even with 6 episodes? It's not a lot, but it's like it's pretty much triple the time, and you still can't do it anywhere near as well. Like,
Yeah.
Mhm.
I also feel like there's some things in this show too, where I think this is the first time we've seen blood and violence in it.
Hmm.
Um, so there's like moments where like somebody's hand gets stabbed, and then it's cut in a way where like it's split now. And you actually
Oh,
see
yeah.
it. There's things like people getting shot in the chest, the face, and like you see it's no cutaway. It's just you see the gaping wound, and there's just like so
Yeah,
it's
it's
like
funny how much you can get away with
why
the CG,
why
right?
here?
Because it's meant to look more like I mean, because they're super scrolls and they can regenerate instantly. It's got this like
I
special
see.
effects on it, so you can,
Right.
Right. So
but it
only
gets
because
pretty
they're
close to
green
gore.
skulls, because now we can
Yeah.
do gore.
Yeah. Well,
Right.
it's funny how much gore you can get away if you put enough CG effects on it. Like if you ever
Sure.
watched, I remember watching Tron Legacy. Boring movie, don't watch it. It looks really cool though. But I remember thinking there's moments when like they're piloting the ships and some of them get shot right through the head, and you just see how like part of the head is blown off and it just kind of falls off into like digital bits. I'm like, oh wow,
Right.
that's really explicit.
Right.
Like it was
But
like
yeah,
really
it's
gory,
because
but with digital stuff.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So that's how like they got away with it. I guess
Yeah.
maybe one could say that would be the case. I mean, there's a torture scene too.
True.
In the
Well, I
in the
mean, what
show.
I'm hearing is they decided to go further with the violence, but then they didn't go further with the themes, like the
Yes.
political themes and the things
Yes.
they should have gone further with.
Yes.
Yeah. Because I
Yeah.
think they just dumb down they do the same thing with Captain Falcon and the Winter Soldier, that they have a main antagonist who has an actual grievance.
Right.
They actually have some some true points to themselves, but the thing that makes them bad is the fact that they use violence to get their means, and then they just kind of evolve to like, oh, we gotta get this MacGuffin, and I'm the bad guy because I use violence.
Right.
Right.
To
Yeah.
me, it's just like, it's really uninteresting.
Yeah.
I assume you're talking about the Flag Smashers and not Carter, right?
Yeah, exactly. I'm talking
Yeah.
about the Flag Smashers.
Okay.
Oh wait, what was the other antagonist in the Winter Soldier?
No, no. I was thinking of Falcon and the Winter Soldier. It's like what's her name, who ended up in that South Asian country because she was on the run since Civil War. Then when she was
Oh
back
yeah,
in the country, she used some weapons that were a little questionable.
Sharon Carter or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
you're right.
Yeah.
Forgot.
Again. Yeah. Exactly. Forgot it. Cool plot point with
Mhm.
her. Like that whole thing. I mean, it didn't make a lot of sense. Like when you think about it, but like it was a cool. They could. That was really cool. Like going to Madripoor and like having her come back. I don't think we'll ever see her again though. Like
It's
I
too
don't
bad
think
'cause
we'll ever see that character again.
It's so funny how a lot of like the smaller characters turn out to be way more interesting than the rest of the plot. Like
Yeah.
her and
Mhm.
what's his name from the bad guy from Winter Soldier. Or from not from Winter Soldier, from Civil War.
Oh, Zemo. Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, him.
Yeah, another one where he's like, "Hey, yeah, we could have done something cool with him, but let's just make him dance instead in the club." And,
Yeah.
I know. He was the best in the movie, and then when I saw that, I was all like, "Oh, okay, we're doing this now."
yep.
Mm.
Can you just make the bad guy be a bad guy? Can stop? Just
Right.
make
Yep.
him be a bad guy. Fuck. Ah, ugh, ugh. Bad taste in my mouth for that.
Mhm.
Okay, what was I was gonna say something else. Oh, there was that. What's that one character, in the show? She was helping Nick Fury. That shit. This is the older lady.
His wife? Oh no,
No, the other one, the British one.
the one who's also the chef in the Bear, in the
Yes.
in 11 Madison Park. Yeah.
Yes,
Madison Avenue?
I liked her character.
Oh,
'cause
yeah. Yeah, she's awesome.
she played a really good role in this, in my opinion. In fact,
Mhm.
actually, I was talking to Brennan while we were watching. I'm like, I would rather have her be the new Nick Fury,
Yeah.
versus what we
So-
got.
Certainly a far better actress than Samuel L. Jackson is. Like
Right,
such a good actor. She's fucking
right.
awesome.
She is
But
really
right now we have what's her face, who's doing the whole like, let's do the Suicide Squad of Avengers.
Julie Dreyfus.
yeah.
um,
So like I would have rather had this one do it, because it seemed like she was in charge a lot of the time and knew a lot of things, and not only that, she was doing things herself, like going in, infiltrating into the torture scene or whatever. She already knows that she's gonna escape from it, and then even when she's faced against like scrolls, she's just unfazed by the threat and how to treat these antagonists. There's just like a lot of moments where she was just a badass. Like she earned the badass to me. Because there were a lot of moments in there that she did that was like really like almost nonchalant about some of the violence that were happening around her, and
or that she was doing herself, like just
or
completely offing somebody without even hesitating at all.
Right. So yeah. And I think that we're never gonna see her character again, though.
That's too bad. Yeah, another
good character.
Yeah,
another good character. Yeah, another good character gone. So yeah. Ugh.
Well, so yeah, I don't. Unless there's a second part to this, I don't see this going anywhere. That
Yeah. Secret Invasion? Nah.
Yeah.
There is literally no, like, I don't feel like there's going to be a point to watch it. And is it going to affect the whole universe building thing? Probably not.
No.
Will it? I know. I was gonna say, like, will it have any stakes, any impact into the MCU overall? Probably not.
Yeah, probably not, because like even with the revealing that the scrolls exist, it's just gonna disappear, as no one's gonna mention it. Just the same as that they don't even talk about again Thor, and like that there's aliens already seeking have refuge by land, and they don't ever mention it as an argument of some sort. I would have just liked them to say a line where somebody's like, well, what about the Asgardians? And the other one's like, well, they of course they're going to accept them because they already revered them as gods. Like, we are going to be represented as, aliens, right? Like, completely foreign, right? Like, whereas they're accepted because of their connection with their, whatever gods, and folklore or whatever.
Connected with human history as a whole, right?
Exactly. Yes. Right.
And it connects to the theme of racism, right? Where some immigrants are okay to come to the United States, some other ones are definitely not.
Right, because they're just too far different or something. Like there's just that,
or
element,
different color of skin.
Well, yeah, that's what I was. Yeah. That's what I was saying, without saying that. But yeah, not that I was trying to be. I was not trying to be shy about it, but I think it's more complex than sometimes the skin too. Because there's like, there is also like aspects of like our ancestral heritage says we had ownership on the land prior. We just had left, and it was like, well, then if you left, then and we built our lives on it, like it's our home now. Like, what what I mean? That could have been also flag smashers. Don't talk about it. That is an argument to say that you left unwillingly, but sure, you definitely left, and now we've already built our lives here. So you're telling us that you're kicking us out because, like, you're kicking us out because you're now back. Like, who says, on whose authority, right? Whose authority? On top of that, like, I can't just uproot my life now, right? Like, just because you came back, right? So it's like, that's very equal argument on both ends. It's like, it makes sense to have that discussion, or at least have characters that represent it in some manner, but they just
yeah, for that one there's just not an easy answer, right? Like both parties have have a valid argument, a valid group.
I think they needed to go see. I think they need to go the Russo route of writing, where it's like, there is no ending to this story. Like, the ending is just either sad on one end or sad for both. Or sad, So, like, they could have just ended the story instead of Captain America making that goddamn speech be all like, you know, we don't have the answer now, but we're gonna find it out later. Right, right now, the Flag Smashers, at this moment in time, the crime isn't about them losing their home. The crime is that they are about to kill people. That is what we're stopping them for. I think that's like the bigger message that they should have just stuck with, was that I'm here to stop people killing each other, not their political or ideological, situation. It just happens to be there. I'm here to stop people killing people. That's it, right? Like that should have been just right, and then have the story just hold onto the fact that they're still gonna continue being who they are, fighting for their, right to live, right? And that they lost this time, but they'll come back. That's fine. Like they could have totally just like left it like that. Like why do we have to have such a wrapped up bow of a fucking ending? Oh, now they're all dead. All Flag Smashers are dead. We're just gonna coincidentally say that every single person that had that ideology dies, and that the ideology dies with them. That's not how that works. Yes, right?
Yeah.
You laughing is exactly why that whole show's stupid.
Like, that's children's cartoon logic. Oh, we defeated
Yes.
the evil, and now the world is unpolluted now. That's definitely how.
What are you talking about? That worked so well for us in Afghanistan and Iraq.
We killed,
Oh no.
we killed the polluting octopus. Now the waters are clear, and the sludge is going to fade away.
There's no way that any of those people we just murdered and killed or put in jail is related to somebody else with the same teachings that they have. There's no way, right?
And even if that weren't the case, nature still abhors a vacuum. There's going to be people who believe in that stuff, want to compete with. So if their ideologues have died, they're like, I'll take their place. I can do it better. Or this person was kind to me. I can't believe they were killed. I'm going to avenge them.
Right. It could go in so many different directions. Like, it just doesn't stop there. Like, it's okay to, like, leave an unanswered... Like, if they wanted to play it neat and nice where they can't... It's like, oh, man, this is really, like, politically intrigue kind of story that I don't think we should answer. It's like, cool, then don't answer it. Just let it go, as in saying that it's in the ether. We can't undo the invention of that idea. It's out there.
It really is a thing where like they try to chew more than they can,
Right.
They try to, they try to eat more than they can.
But then, like, in the writer's room, they're like, oh, God, what do we do? What do you do this?
Well, how do I solve, systemic racism in 6 episodes?
Oh, man.
It's showing a little too much.
Yeah. Classic. Oh, man. I was hella, like, thinking, too, imagine if, like, you did a whole show where we did it did a whole show about the Skrulls and how there's a special elite group of agents that Nick Fury uses as his spies, and that would be freaking cool. I mean, okay, I know they're never gonna do it, but let's go in Fantasyland and just go with it, right? Like, you do a whole spy thriller thing where now you're following different Skrulls doing Nick Fury's, like, objectives and the secret things that they do. And maybe there's, like, different versions of these Skrulls that have different, like, ideas of what it means to be a Skrull, maybe. And then on top of that, what it means to be what they're doing to give their people a home. Because I like how Talo is very much like, I'm still... Like, he still is a part of... Like the beginning of the series starts with him admitting that essentially that he used to be the general, the war general, I guess, of the Skrull people. But he essentially got dethroned, I guess you could say.
Right.
Or excommunicated.
What if, it wasn't just Nick Fury the one who had his own, spies? What if different, like, a lot of governments were actually aware of the existence of the scrolls, and they were all trying to like recruit them into their spy systems. All you have
I
all
mean,
these
yeah,
political entities just having different just having that carrot and stick for the scroll people.
right. Like I was thinking like that they should have they could have done a story where it's like where they can also do the MCU thing, which is always trying to connect different movies and shit like that. Where they could have had like one of the spies in a scene was doing something else, and then you happen to like come across a moment in time where they were there when one of the movies had happened, and that's fine. But then more so connected to the fact that we're having like a spy thriller, but with spies that actually can change form
I'll
and
be right
also
back.
like clone people. And that's the thing too that's really cool is that they actually can read the minds of the people that they adopt. So they really become like uh, uh become empathetic with the people that they've read their minds, right? Like they which is really cool idea for the characters themselves, like the scrolls being able to read the minds and actually kind of have sympathy for the people that they are taking their identity. And then, some of those characters might feel uncomfortable with that idea, or even maybe there's some psychological thing where their life is no longer their life. It's now they're just a husk just living somebody else's life. And they feel so having an identity crisis. Is like, am I a scroll or am I this person? Because like 99% of the time of my life I have to spend being this other person, and I know all their thoughts, and I'm living their life, and it's that's such a freaky concept, and something I'm sure could go to another realm of undercover cops and like FBI agents and stuff like that that probably have to deal with a lot of trauma where they're pretending to be somebody else, and they have to make up this story.
It's like the whole Halo thing in
Hmm.
Young Justice, where it's like, yeah, you are assuming the identity of someone else, but it's almost like that identity has become part of them.
Right. Right. It's just like it's now ingrained in part of their personality, even maybe even the ideas and philosophies too, because they really do show that the characters, some of the scrolls, like they are literally absorbing the victim's mind, and they learn all the education that they had previously, which they previously didn't have, which is crazy to think about. Um, to think that like you can absorb the mind of a doctor, and now you have all that knowledge of what they have at your disposal, which is nuts to me. Um, and I'm curious, like, does that even translate to muscle memory too? Like, or is it just the mind that they read, right? Like purely,
They'll
and they
probably
still
get
have
some
to
muscle memory just
maybe,
for the purposes of having to act like the person.
true, yeah. Do they have
But
to
I mean,
practice it
it's
and
hard
stuff
to
like that?
say.
Right, it's hard to
But
say,
they
like
might
because
have,
yeah,
because when they shapeshift, do they also get their muscle structure? Because that could be something
mm,
they could do.
yeah, that makes sense. That's true. Um, I also think that like you could have like a couple characters that could be struggling with their own like a couple characters that's struggling with their identity, another character that's kind of not optimistic about kind of pessimistic about working for Nick Fury, and
Mm-hmm.
then that he kind of hates being in the shadows, and then every time you see the Avengers or anybody that Nick Fury is pushing out into the limelight, um, as like heroes, they're like, but I did like and then that scroll is like, but I did all these things in the background just for them to, you know, be the heroes and be accepted amongst their people. Yet I am like a pivotal cog in this wheel that I'm never gonna get credit for, or never gonna have any sort of like praise maybe, or reward. It's like I'm doing this for a land I'll never be accepted in, basically. it's kind of like also you could even have characters that they enlisted in Nick Fury's little spy agency or team, elite team, because they feel like, oh, if I do this, this is my work toward working towards becoming a citizen, of Earth, in that sense.
Why not just show us those stories?
Yeah, I mean,
Instead
that's
of
what I was
like,
saying. I was doing the
yeah,
experiment in my head of like, if I were to do a story, maybe rewrite it, or maybe a separate series altogether, a spy thriller focusing directly on Nick Fury's elite spy squad that happens to be all Skrulls.
yeah, they just need to just make their stories have a similar scope, one that they can successfully tackle in six episodes if they're gonna do that.
If it's gonna be 6 episodes, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like,
But we were okay.
trying to
You
put
just
it
came
off.
back. We did
Yeah.
ask some interesting questions about how scrolls work, because they could absorb the minds of the people that they imitate.
But they do so through those machines, right? They don't
Well, I mean,
actually.
they're the only ones that use it, so let's just say that it's only to them. But yes, you're right. It is a machine that's doing it. But that is like literally the common thing that they do, even in Captain Marvel. Which could be another case to say that, that technology, is there another group of people that might be using it, or...
You know what? Another show already did, an alien species that infiltrated Earth that, finds itself, trying to survive. And they did it really successfully. It's called Peacemaker.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
They definitely showed that.
Yeah, they really did. Like, it's so much better.
But yeah.
Ridiculously so much better. But again, it was one of those things where, like, it is a case of survival for that species, but it's also a bit smaller scope because it really is just like this small set of characters.
Mm-mm.
It doesn't take an entire international. It's not a whole international deal.
Yeah. That was we were talking. So what we're talking about was that we were mentioning about muscle memory, and like they were able to absorb all their memories, which also meant they could absorb the things that they were taught. Like, for instance, a doctor, if you absorbed their mind, essentially you learned everything. So now you have like years of all that to tap into. And then we were talking about, could there be identity crisis too? Because like you're living in that life for so long, are you really who you are anymore, or are you truly adopted and become that person, or that because some of that is just part of you now, where like whatever you learned of their life, because you've truly done the practice of empathy, where now you're literally lived that person's life in a lot of the ways through their memory. So like, how does that play out in their own head? Does that also translate in muscle memory? D was saying that they did shapeshift, so are they? It would make sense that they would, if it does work that way. That their muscles literally change, and that connection to their mind is what makes it so that they can imitate that person. Like, if you absorbed a chef mind, and now you're imitating them for the rest of their life.
Right, now you just yell at everybody all the time. But that's what I'm getting from the bear, of course.
Gordon.
Probably had their muscles from their vocal cords.
Yeah. Well.
That urge to shout.
But that seems pretty cool. Pretty cool idea. So, I mean, that's pretty much it. I don't have anything else for Secret Invasion.
I mean, it's fine. I mean, it sounds like you're already pitching your job to Marvel. So
hell yeah.
If Marvel, if you're listening,
like,
hire
fuck
this man.
off and let me do it.
We're not in a union, so we won't strike. No, We're just gonna scam, you know.
Unless. But all right. So the bear. Everybody caught up with that? And you want to go? I mean, people were mentioning that. So
Yeah, I did. It was great.
yeah. So best parts, worst parts.
The
Interesting.
forks. The
The
fucking
forks?
forks. I really like that episode.
The goddamn
That's
forks.
a great episode, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there are no worst parts for me. I think that season is like a 10 out of 10. I think it's. I love the first season, but I think the second is better, and I think I think it's a season like it takes a lot of balls to have a hit show for one season and then come back for another season and do something almost completely different. Like because there's a lot of similar. I mean, like especially with the last episode, it's a lot like the first season where they were just like the first season they're pretty much only in the kitchen, right? You're only seeing that dynamic in the kitchen and the restaurant. Whereas this one branches off a lot. It's dealing with, you have obviously character focused episodes like you were talking about, like the Richie episode, like the Marcus episode when he goes to Denmark, the Christmas episode, which is probably the most tense episode of the entire season.
Which is saying a lot in the bear, dude.
Yeah, exactly. It's like not even in the restaurant. And it's awesome. Like it encompasses the holidays with family better than anything I've ever seen in my life. Like it's insane. And you get so much of the psychology of the characters, right? You're getting like Natalie, I feel so bad for, right? Who's nicknamed Sugar for when she was a kid, she accidentally put sugar in the gravy and she fucked up the gravy. And because of that, her mother never let her forget it. And because of that, her mother never lets her help her with any of the cooking and shit. So her mother is going insane. And she's like, fuck you and do this to everybody. And every time Natalie tries to help, she goes, no, just stay over there. Like, don't do that. And because of that, she's developed this tick where she's like, are you okay? Like, that's because that's all she can do.
Yeah.
That's all her mother lets her do. And everybody's like, don't fucking say it because it makes her go insane. And she can't help it because that's the only way that she can help her mother. So it's like, it's awesome, dude. Like, shit like that is like, it's fucking so brilliantly written. It's amazing.
Yeah. I agree. A lot of the way with it. It's really well thought out.
Yeah.
I like that we don't really go back to status quo. Like every single one of those characters actually does.
Not at all.
There's like progression to them.
Fantastic.
Like
the
Tina,
character
example,
development.
right?
It's so fun.
Tina,
Can we just say the fucking guy, the cousin, the beginning of the goddamn series, fucking hated him.
Oh yeah.
He is now my favorite fucking character, hands down. Hands down, favorite character. I love it. It was just, it was so good on his solo one episode. It was so good. I'm like, yes. It's like totally breaking down those barriers, and I'm all like, this is beautiful. Like absolutely beautiful. I think it hits home in a lot of ways of just like the passion, right? Just it doesn't matter what you do in life, that if you believe in it, you just believe in it, right? And then it shows. Like the quality of what you do shows. It doesn't matter what you're doing. You could be doing the garbage, right? Like throwing a garbage or a garbage man, but when he had that moment talking to that guy, he's just like, look, I understand that you may not like this, but I do, right? Like, I love this. I love the feeling of service, right? Like, to be of service to people. At the end of the day, they got to have an experience, a lovely experience, and leave because I was part of that. And I was like, man, that's so fucking beautiful. Like, I don't think a lot of people think of it that way, No. And you got to see how he did, and it was great. Beginning of the series too, he had that really important line that was just so indicative to his character, where he's all like, purpose. It's like finding purpose. Like, what do I
Right.
have purpose? Where is my purpose here? Right? Like,
Mhm.
and I'm all like, man, that's just like, you know that there's something coming from that. And it
Right,
did.
and you build up to it so
So
well
beautiful.
throughout the season, right? Where it's like, okay, that's like one of the first episode, or then one of the first scenes of the first episode, where he's
Mhm.
he's in the basement, and Carm comes down, and he's like, purpose and all this, and Carm is like, Richie's
He
like,
doesn't know how
hey,
to
I mean, he's
translate
like,
it. Yeah.
yeah,
He
I
doesn't
mean,
understand. He
for
knows,
Richie,
but
it's
he
like
can't explain
he's
it.
going, like, this is fun for you, and he's like, it's not fun for me. He's like, well, he's like, then what's fun for you? He's like, well, he's like, you love it, but it's like, well, what's fun for you? And then you see it throughout the season where they're rebuilding the restaurant, they're gutting it and rebuilding it, and there's mold and there's this and that, and Richie is he keeps saying the thing where he's like, what does he say? He's like, I'm not. What does he say? He's like, I'm not like this because I'm in Van Halen. I'm in Van Halen because I'm like this, which is
Yeah.
like
Mm.
it's his rationalization. Him going like, I don't really do anything here. I don't contribute like the way
Mhm.
everyone else contributes,
Yeah.
but I do yell a lot, and so I'm getting something done. But then when he goes to the restaurant, you get to see him find that purpose. Because at first
Yeah.
he thinks Carm is like punishing him. He thinks
Yeah.
he's sitting there because
He's
like,
so
oh
eagle.
well, just
Yeah.
to just like get him out of his hair, get him like
Yeah.
so it won't bother him. But he finds out throughout the episode, is like, oh shit, like this is my purpose. Like I'm good with people. Like this is, and then
Yeah.
seeing them the way they do it, like sending the notes and shit like through the restaurant and making sure everybody's taken care of, and it's just like it's so masterful the way they do it. It's really
Absolutely.
really cool. And having him have
Absolutely.
have the suit on and
So
being like,
good.
it feels like armor. He's like, yeah, that's the point. And then
Yeah.
like, and him bringing it back to the restaurant, like just seeing every single characters, like Marcus going to Denmark and learning all the desserts from the chef, and like
Yep.
all these things, and seeing all these different people, like you were talking about, Carlos, with Tina and Ibra, and going to the culinary institute and stuff, and you have like all these different people building up their skills to collectively make this new restaurant as good as possible. And
Yeah.
of course, like you have with that, it's like the whole thing is like, hey, even if we do perfectly, it could still fail, right?
Yes,
Like
right.
it's like there's so much pressure to like not only make it perfect, but when you make it perfect, you have to make it perfect pretty much forever. Like every day of your
Yeah,
life,
every day
moment
has
is
to
like
be
committed
perfect.
to this.
And
Yeah.
every day is a struggle and a fight for survival. Like that's the
Right.
one thing that it like impressed me so much about this season, that you get that that feeling from the first season, but it impresses so much more in this season, that like in the show it spends like an entire 9 episodes just putting all the pieces in the board. Like
Right.
all this, all these people have to go to culinary trainings,
Mhm.
and they have like this this moments where they find themselves, and everybody's just like positioning themselves to be in the best position possible. And the restaurant just take so many struggles to actually get through it, just financially, but also in the fact that like you said, Apollo, like the walls are molding, the whole place is just a complete it's just a complete chaos and disaster. You don't think that the whole thing is actually going to work, but by some miracle they make it work
Yeah.
in the time allotted. And we finally get to the last episode, and you think it's the episode where everybody is like basically at 100% top of the line. They're fucking Super Saiyans, from by comparison to where they were at the beginning of the show, and it still feels like they're going to fail.
Right.
Yeah, there's still so much that is going wrong, could be going wrong, and some of it's in their head too. That's
Mhm.
just
Yeah,
really
like,
well
whatever
done
could go
illustration.
wrong does go wrong. Like the fucking Josh guy, doing math in the back of the parking lot.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah.
It's
I
like
mean,
on
they
the first day of the job.
Carmi gets locked in the fridge, right? Like
Yeah.
they lose
Yeah.
him in the middle of all of it, and it's like, well, fuck, we still have to do this, and it's. I mean that's awesome, because that's the culmination of everything, right? That's like
Yes.
all the skills they've individually learned, being like,
Yes.
cool, we don't have our leader anymore. We have to fucking still do this though, and it's them
Yes.
working on like just firing on all cylinders to make it happen.
Yeah,
Mhm.
and that's so great because it's like it. I was talking to Brenda while we were watching. I was like, not everything is on him to do it. Like he needs
Right.
to build other people up so they can stand on their own. He's I like how the story is also conveying that he feels like he needs to be always involved when really he doesn't, and that he
Right.
does have hope to have a personal life. That I was talking about, it's not all about him. He has to train the others to to a level where he can walk away from it, at
Right.
least for a day, a week,
Right.
or something.
Yeah.
Because they're showing that he could have a potentially, a personal life with the person that he's falling in love with. And also I like how they do in this is masterclass in terms of character development individually, but then also carrying the weight of the bigger character development and background character development of Carmi, right? Like the main character.
Yeah.
That the people that are training the people that he's sending off to were part of his growing up and the legend that we know him as when episode 1 of season 1 happened, right? We never got to meet these people, but you get these hints that these
Right.
were these people. He was that person in their lives. I forget what that actor's name is, but the one that was showing that who plays in Guardians of the Galaxy as Adam
Will
Warlock.
Poulter, yeah.
Yeah,
There's
and
Oh, yeah.
Denmark, right?
yeah, and we were like me and Brenda were like highly paying attention to how he was describing this person that he can never surpass.
Right.
That he and I'm all like, me and Brenda, are like, oh, that's Carmi. Like, you know what I mean?
Right.
Like, we already understood the legend of him, right? Like, and it's just goosebumps that we're getting this kind of background story without the story just being upfront with it, right?
Right.
That it's very specific why he's having this dialogue to not only inform us of background character or like main character of his background, and then also developing the individual characters to become like to kind of question and think about like their craft and their development as a character.
Yeah.
And it was just so fucking well done. Like, and then
They
you
never
get-
tell you either. They never tell
Yeah.
you that it's
They
funny.
never say anything.
The only thing we see is in the Richie episode when they're at the restaurant, right? And you see the
Mhm.
picture of Carmi and the other chef, and you're like, yeah, that's confirmation that he was
Yes.
absolutely talking about Carmi.
Yes,
But they don't say
yes.
it, right? It's
They
like
never
it's
say
reading
it.
between the lines.
Exactly.
You guys pay attention more than I do because I totally didn't catch on that.
Yeah.
It's so good. Like that. That's what I was saying about when we were we were watching season 1. I'm like, this is 30 minutes. There is so much information throwing
Yeah.
at you, visually, verbally.
Right. It doesn't need to. It respects its audience. It doesn't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Doesn't feel like it needs to explain to you every single thing.
Exactly.
It expects you to like catch on, and if you don't, oh well.
Right. Yeah. It kind of adds the value to it too. If
I mean,
you think
that's
about
why I
it, like
rewatched
rewatch
it again.
value.
Exactly. You're just
Yeah.
catching all these new things, and it's like, this is fucking awesome because we talk all the time about, not to keep shitting on MCU or Star Wars, but like, we talk all the time about these things where it's like they clearly don't have a plan. They're clearly just flying by the
Right.
seat of their pants,
like
and it's
winging.
like, this is not that. This is the exact opposite, where it's like, oh, everything is thought out from the beginning. And
Right.
there is an arc for everything. Like, everything has a purpose. There's no wasted time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, like, they definitely in a show like this, not only do they have something they have a story that they want to tell. They have not only do they have something they want the audience to to see. They also have like something that they want the audience to feel. Like,
Yeah.
for example, when they're like in the kitchen, like those moments of tension, like I always play with like heavy, like rock music, and like everything just kind of builds up on top of each other, and like the sound and the music and the yelling at each other, like it all plays like this concert of things that like eventually culminate into the giant climax. But like I think it's expert at just making you feel that tension through sound and music and dialogue. Like it just marries all those things so well, you barely even notice that they're there.
Right.
Yeah.
It's that good old, what was it, Futurama. If you do something right, sometimes
Yeah.
nobody will
Yeah.
know you did anything at all.
Yeah.
Like,
Man.
man, all those scenes in which they're in the kitchen or they're like arguing with each other. Like, there's always music in the background that, like, that's usually rock, and it just like builds up that tension with it.
Right.
Yeah. Oh man.
And I mean, like this is also one of the few shows where I feel like they did romance correctly,
Mm.
where I didn't. For me, I never. It didn't feel sappy to me between Carmi and Claire. Like it felt like I really. First of all, they really make her likable, like right off the jump, where she's just she's witty, but she's not like too witty. Like it's been written, like it's just very realistic to me. And I like the idea that, because we were talking about it before, like how he's like, it's not that he needs to commit himself 100% all the time. But like, because his uncle is telling him, you gotta fucking commit yourself forever. You have to do this, and he's in his own head. And
Right.
in the end, when he's going off, and Claire it turns out she's on the other side, and she hears it, and it's very sad. And then he does the phone message where she says that he loves her, which is like his trigger word, and like that whole thing. I like the idea that he learns the wrong lesson, right? Like he doesn't. It's not him going like, oh, you're right, I can't have a personal life. I'm going to do that, and I'm going to try to have it all. It's the opposite, where he's like, this is the lesson he should learn.
Right.
But because he's in his own head, he learns the opposite lesson, and he sets himself back. And
Yeah.
that's how it ends.
You're right,
Yeah.
because it's a lot of the ambivalence in which he treats being both, with Claire and giving, his dedication to the restaurant, that we end up having the situation with the fridge. Like, we see
Right.
this
Yep.
Yeah.
clear moment when he could have just
It's all his own fault. That's the
Yeah.
beauty for this.
Exactly.
Everything here was all his own fault. Everything
could've-
was working fine without him. That
like,
was
there was
amazing.
and it's funny because I remember that moment because I'm thinking, there's a moment when he's about to, call Tony the fridge guy, and then Claire calls, and it would have been just as simple for he doesn't take the call, neither does he take the call with Claire, nor does he call the fridge guy, and could have been just as simple as like, hey Claire, I'm kind of busy right now, I'll call you later, and then call Tony, and that's it. Like it could have gone. He could have done either of those two things, but because of all these abilities, he ended up doing none.
Yep.
Right.
Yep. Yeah.
Makes you think how many points of your life have you done the exact same thing? Where like
Yeah.
you were
Mhm.
ambivalent about both things, and you ended up doing none of them.
Yeah.
And that's the hindsight, right? Going like, oh yeah, like of course it would, like even us, like we're going like it would have been so easy to do that, but it's like you
It's
do the
all
same
hindsight,
thing in
yeah.
real life, exactly. Where it's just
Yeah,
like
it's
it would've
very
been so
realistic.
easy for me to make just this other decision. Why didn't I do that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because exactly. It's just being stuck in the head and then just letting the doubts simmer and the feelings take over the actions that you should be doing.
Yeah.
Plus, also, like, I loved it too, where like he saw some people in what was it, waiting for their food, and he thought it was a different person, and that there's that trauma that's connected to it that we haven't fully discovered, but we just know that his previous like chef that he worked with is a real fucking dick. And he needs to prove to him that he's better than what he was assuming of him, I guess. I don't know.
Did that guy ever get served? We never saw him get served.
No, I think he got served, but it wasn't really him or something, right?
I know.
No, it wasn't him. Yeah.
It wasn't him. Yeah, and I know that he probably did get served. I mean,
Yeah. It was. It basically
like waiting for
in
the
his.
food.
Yeah, it's very realistic to that we over dramatize the situation when it could have been as simple as just him not, it wasn't that serious. But that's everybody though. Honestly, like everybody has those moments where it's like the mind plays these tricks on you.
Mm-hmm.
is not as serious as you expect it to be, I guess. Or you put your own vision on it, like your own judgment, and then it embellishes the reality of the situation.
Right.
How dare Sydney turn down Marcus?
Again, okay, I'm glad you brought that up. Because this is exact, you
This
know
is
how
not the time to talk about it, yeah.
That's right.
Oh
yes.
my
It's
god.
the exact same thing. Where it's the exact same thing as the first season, where he's
Yeah.
like with the donut and him being like, "Hey, can you try?" It's like,
That's
dude,
true.
why did you choose the
Now.
opening night that
Yes.
you've all been
Right.
working months towards to ask her out? It's like, come on, man! Like,
Mhm,
on
yeah.
you.
Yeah.
I love him, and this season made me love that character just like all of them even more. But his
Yes.
timing couldn't be worse.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
I
The
mean,
same thing
hey,
with-
at least he tracks with his his behavior, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
He did it again, and he's
Yeah.
good. He did it
right.
this time.
Yeah.
Just really tone deaf with, like, I guess, like, situations, I guess.
Might be a wrong time to bring it up, but I know you're stuck inside, underneath the car. You need, medical attention, but are you ever gonna pay me the $10?
Oh man. Yeah, it's just like, oh man.
Yeah.
It's like, read the room, motherfucker. Damn. What
He
the
spends
fuck?
the rest. He spends the rest of it. Of that episode just apologizing for it. It's like, I'm sorry for bringing it up. It's like, not right now, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh man, that was so good.
Yeah.
So funny. Man, when we saw that, I was all like, why now? Not again.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
come on. Like, do you not see what's going on right now? Like, shit. So many people, though, like, really stepped up, though, I have to say. Like,
Mhm.
aside
Oh,
from that situation, but everybody really did. Like, it was amazing to see all that, like, play out, and then, and even if you know what, like, even if it was, some things weren't really resolved too well, I was kind of confused with what's her name? They both went to the culinary school together.
Tina and
Yeah, like,
and
her
Eva,
it doesn't feel like she changed too much, only that she is better, I guess. Like, she's leveling up, obviously, but not that there was, like, a major conflict that she was overcoming, if that makes sense.
No, it was absolutely just like a side arc, but it was like
Yeah.
it was her becoming more confident, and
Yeah.
Tommy sort of putting his trust in her too by giving her their knife and going, okay, you're the sous chef now. Like,
Yeah.
Sid's the executive chef, you're the sous chef. Like,
Right.
yeah, it's just, yeah. I feel like, again, it is sort of just someone else
giving
finding
that
their
knife,
purpose
by
a
the
little bit
way,
more.
that
Yeah.
knife is I don't know how much of anybody knows, but fucking Japanese knives are no joke expensive. Like,
Yeah.
that is a big deal with, like, every chef has their own knife, their own set and stuff like that, and it's very, like, personal to them. So it was
Yeah, I mean, like,
a
yeah, I
big
mean,
deal
with her,
for her.
exactly. I think that knife and, like, just sort of, them taking the money out of their budget to send them to culinary school and stuff. I think, like, her whole thing was that, like, to me, that was her becoming, like they all call each other chef, but I feel like that was her
Right.
becoming, like, fully embracing the identity of a chef. Because before
Yes.
it was like, she likes working there and she's works there, but it's just a job. But now
Right.
it's like, oh, this is my identity. Like, this is who I
Mhm.
am.
Yeah.
Stepping into that.
I feel 100% with that. Yeah. Really embracing the role, embracing her career, embracing the professional, like, endeavor, being, like, becoming who they are, type of thing.
Mhm.
So what about, like, the other guy? Does it feel like that, like
Oh, Ibra.
yeah, like, I felt like that we
The other dude who
either-
went to the culinary school and he was like afraid and
yeah.
Oh yeah, that's true.
I feel so bad for him and stuff like that, but at the same
Yeah.
time, like,
Couldn't
I
quite
kind of feel
tell.
like that we didn't fully understood, or maybe for me I didn't understand. I understood like why he didn't want to do it, or why he I'm
I don't
just
know that
gonna.
there's that much to his character, at least not yet.
That's
I
the
think he's
thing.
one of those
Yeah,
characters
it's
like Richie or like Tina, who will get more of next season, I would imagine. But yeah, I don't think
right.
it was like it was basically, I think, I mean, you probably got the gist of it, that he's, afraid
Yeah,
of change, and he didn't want things,
yeah.
like, he knew things needed to move forward, but he was like, I like things the way they are, but he,
Right.
eventually sort of just got on board. And
Yeah.
yeah, I don't know that
Eh,
there's that much more to it than
Is he
that.
now with them, or is it like he quit and then
No, it
they
was in
because
the
he
kitchen.
wasn't there, right? At the
No, he was
last day.
there.
He was there in the day when they
On
opened.
the night of the opening night, yeah.
Oh,
Hmm.
I don't
Well,
remember.
hopefully
Him
they'll
there.
expand on his, character in next season.
Yeah,
I
for
would
sure.
imagine.
That's
By
definitely
the way,
something I wanted
I love that
more of.
Marcus, finds that Josh guy doing meth in the back,
Yeah.
who he's
Oh,
supposed
yeah.
to be working, but he's
And
doing meth, and he's like, "Well, I know, I think you're fired, but let me go check." And it's like, "Yeah, please, go check." It's like, what is
Why are
there
you
to
being
check?
weird about this, man? It's like he's
I know.
smoking crack, and
Fucking A. On the first day of the job too.
yeah,
I love it because like
He
before
was-
that, he's like chopping the carrots super fast. Like, damn, how you going that fast, man? It's like,
yeah.
oh, okay,
That's
that makes
literally.
sense.
Yeah, he literally said that. He literally said
Yeah.
that. This is what gets me my edge, or whatever. This is how I get, keep up and stuff like that.
Hey man, that's how the Nazis did it too.
Well, there's
That's
also.
That's what the
Well-
super soldiers were on.
Yeah, they're on-
They're all just crackheads.
Yep. The adrenaline junkie type of
Yeah.
situation.
So is
They
Hitler.
needed the
Hitler-
adrenaline.
Yeah, you can see like his old in some of his like old
Eyes are dilated all the time.
you can see in like those old videos of him where like you think that his footage is being sped up like in those old cranked machines and stuff because you used to crank them and you had like this really irregular frame rate, but then you realize like, oh no, everybody in the background is just moving normally. He's just tweaking.
Yeah, they're tweaking the fuck out. Also,
Sorry, that
goes
was
to
something
show
to
why
think
they had
about.
so much yelling involved in there.
Yeah, that's true.
They're going around, going all like, "I'm going to the restroom." No, I'll be right back. They're so authoritative. It's like, oh, it's just part of their culture and language. No. It's because they're on crack.
Yeah. No, but seriously, being in the kitchen must be really tense.
Yeah,
Like there must be a
drug
million
abuse
things
is
going
a
on.
big deal. There's a lot of, there's so much of, yeah. It's I think I've read somewhere where there's a statistic. There's a lot of addiction in,
Yeah, that makes sense.
in that profession.
I mean, we even like I like that, like, because you see the kitchen, but then you see the kitchen in the Christmas episode, and it perfectly parallels that, right? Where it's like,
Yeah.
not only is it super insane, and there's yelling, and there's a bunch of she's cooking the 7 fishes, and there's all this stuff, but like it's the idea that like she's also smoking, and she's also drinking, and she's like, I gotta get through
Yeah.
this, and you see like the mental instability there too, right? And
Yeah.
it's sad because you see like where Mikey got it from, right? And
Yeah.
you see like, and you see him like he's sad, right? Like he's going through something, and Richie sees it as the night goes on.
Yeah.
And it's like the foreshadowing there, and obviously it all culminates with the table thing, right? With Odenkirk's character and like the
Mhm.
fork, and him being like, oh, okay, like because he, Odenkirk's characters, they.
Yeah.
First of all, that cast is in that episode. It's just stacked. It's insane. You got Jamie Lee
Absolutely.
Curtis and Gillian Jacobs,
100%.
John Bernthal's back, Odenkirk, John Mulaney, Sarah Paul. It's insane. Like it's insane how they got there, and it's basically like a movie. It's like over an hour long. Like
Mhm.
it's an awesome episode. And yeah, just culminate because Odenkirk's character, he's an asshole who's just like, oh yeah, I've heard that story before. It goes like this. It's like, well, I haven't heard it. It's like, well, whatever. And he's just like, he's such an asshole. Like you even see him like trying to like seemingly scam the mother like out of like money, where he's like, hey, you remember that thing that I told you about? Like it could go well. And then Mikey comes over. He's like, not this again, right? We're not doing this again. and so it just like it comes to a head at the table, and it's just like
Yeah.
it's
I
so
love-
sad too because you see Odenkirk's character just being like you're nothing, like you're fucking
Oh yeah,
nothing.
yeah,
And
yeah.
like you
You
see
really,
Michael like he's really breaking. You know, it's like
yeah.
it's so sad because we already obviously know what happens to him, and it's it's awesome.
It's just so nuts.
And the nice guy who's like a friend who tries to be a friend of all of them, but nobody likes
Yeah.
him. Brings the fucking eighth fish, and everybody just goes
Oh,
off on
yeah.
him. It's like, how dare
Yeah.
you bring the
that
fucking
dude's
eighth
awesome though. That even
Yeah.
that guy, he's such a small because he's Natalie's husband.
Yeah,
and like
he's the husband.
such
Yeah.
he has such a small part, but in the last episode, we get to see him
When he was
interact
trying
with
really
Jamie
hard.
Curtis.
Yeah. It made me
Yeah, with the
sad.
mother.
I felt so bad. I was actually starting to tear up because like
Yeah.
that guy just was really trying to do the best thing for his wife, and you sure he's you get the sense that he's annoying, but he was never a bad person. And it was just so heartbreaking to see like this moment where he really is trying like to say to her that it is actually a good thing you're here, then
Right.
everybody's going to be happy that you're here.
Mhm.
And God, it just made me feel away.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's sad where she's like, you know, I don't want to break this for them. Like, I don't want
Right.
to ruin this for them. And then, you know, like it's him going like it's okay, and like it's him protecting his wife basically.
Yeah.
Him going like this, you know, this could be bad, but like him going like okay, it's okay to the mother, and then you see him, he's like crying at the table, and she's like, what's wrong? And he's like,
yeah,
no,
and he
it's,
kept the
it's
secret.
really beautiful, you know, like
Yeah. He knew that like he shouldn't say anything at that moment and you know further ruin this moment for his wife too, right?
Yeah.
Like the success of what they're doing, or almost throwing her off her game and stuff like that. So
I mean, that's just amazing writing. The idea that every single character, no matter how small, they have personality. They have
Yeah.
something there where you're like, damn. Like, I mean, somebody like Thack, right? The dude who like
with
fixes
the
everything.
tattoos,
Yeah, He's awesome.
yeah.
In any other show, he would be this minor like character who he's the comedic
Mhm.
relief, but he's nothing else. It's like, no, I mean, even he has purpose there. Even he has like, I mean, it's just like, it's so good. Like no character is wasted.
Yeah,
It's
he even
really
had that
amazing.
moment where he was doubting himself, like, what am I doing here?
Yeah.
Like, look at me. I'm not anything
Right.
special here, right? And then even as he's saying that to cousin. I always just call him cousin because everybody just remember. Anyways, I know he has a real name, but I'm bad at names. I appreciate it because like they were so antagonistically against each other, right? Like that whole time in the season 2, he was really trying to like, look, I know what I'm talking about. There is dry rot. We have to fix this, right?
Right.
Like we have to move this, and and they're so combative. But then when it came down to that moment, even the character that they were fighting each other and not, you know, almost seemingly not having each other's back, they finally do, and he gives them the confidence that he needs. I forget what he does say to them, but you know, he gives them the confidence he needs to like, you know, be the good host that they need him to be.
Right.
It's just so fucking beautiful. Like,
I mean, I like the idea that Thack is the one who's behind putting Claire and Carmi together, right? Because like when Carmi meets Claire in like the supermarket or whatever, he gives her a fake number, and so like he doesn't like he's like it's basically him going like, you know, like I would like this, but it's not the right play, and Thack's the one who ends up giving her his real number, and he's the one who's like basically championing Carmi to Claire and like being like, no, she's great for you. Like this is gonna be good for you. And yeah, I mean, it's awesome. Like the idea, yeah. I mean, just it goes back to what Richie said with the purpose thing. It's just really cool to see that play out in the whole show. For like every character has a purpose. Like it's just so well done.
yeah, it's so good.
So I have a question. At the very end, almost at the very end, we see Sydney, right? Like, staring at the orders machine, and she sees that it seems to be stuck or run out of paper. Does that mean that they were, you know, orders that were coming through, but they weren't actually being printed? And was that the reason why she had that moment where like, oh my god, I'm screwing
Well,
up?
so the thing that I got from that was that, like, yeah, there are other orders in that basically it will never stop. Like, this is how this is gonna be. It's just
Yeah.
gonna be go 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 forever, essentially. And this is like if you want to get out, like, now's the time.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's like the metaphor here.
That, I mean, that's
Like
what
the
I
message.
assume. I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah. No, that is that 100% makes sense. Like in terms of thematic and like a lot of the characters' dialogues and like the setup for the restaurant itself and like the stakes involved and
Mm-hmm.
yeah, it's grueling. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like you cannot like any I think feel like food industry specifically like has this go 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 kind of fashion of just fast food and it just no time to like talk up and just sit, right? And just be.
Right.
So it makes sense that she's seeing it that way. That's like her future, right? Like she's gonna be stuck in a lot of ways.
Right, and she knows that the only way to succeed is to have that go 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 mentality, right? Because we
Yep.
see her earlier in the season, like talking to other restaurants, seeing other reviews, seeing like all these huge, very successful restaurants getting shut down, and it's giving her a lot of anxiety as they're building up the restaurant. So
Yep. And
Yeah.
The father has doubts too of her, like,
Right.
you know, is this good for you? Kind of
Right.
thing. Like I don't want it to end like last time apparently, and
right,
and then there's hints of like that we're putting in doubt that is Carmi all in, and that also directly goes in conflict with also his own personal journey too, that he
Yeah.
thinks he needs to completely be all in, where they're confusing the two things. It's not that he needs to
Right.
be all in, he needs to trust her. That's the
right.
it's just man, I swear to God, this is the fucking writing. You can just keep talking about it and
Yeah.
and just you develop so much of that psychological context of what's going on. It's just because it's so real, right? Like you and anywhere in your life you probably can see that somewhere in your own life. It's just fucking perfect, like so good.
I'm rooting for Josh the Meth Head. I really hope he comes back.
You never know.
I know, right? I know,
Yeah,
right?
I mean,
Turns
you
out to
never
be a
really
big
know.
character of it.
He could come back. He could actually come back. Who are they to judge on that? He did it for them, guys. They needed him to cut fast, and they were gassing him up. It's like, man, he's a fast cutter. Whoo! Keep it up. And then in his, it's all like, oh shit, the expectation is really high here. I better step it up. And it's like, instead of just grabbing caffeine, he's like, one step up.
Expectation is high, but not as high as I'm gonna be.
That's another thing. It's like man, can't you just get coffee? Like, do
Right.
you need to go for that fucking level? It's like,
If
these
your
people are like,
coffee-
man, coffee? Fuck that.
I mean, if your coffee is making you feel like you're drinking meth, you should probably not drink that coffee.
Right.
Yeah.
Do the?
Or
Have you
good
heard of
shit.
the? Yeah. What about the Pascal Starbucks drink? Have you heard about that? That's like
No,
it's
what
like
is that?
a venti, like those huge venti ones, like huge, like bigger than the venti. I don't know what they call those. It's a 9-shot, like black coffee. Like it's insane. Like I forget there was some other shit to it, but like from what I've seen, people are explaining, it's like, I drink a lot of coffee, but if he drinks this, he should be in the hospital. It's like, no wonder he has sleeping problems. It's like fucking 9-shot, like 20 ounce. Like, come on, man. It's insane. grab the Pascal. Like, imagine if you go to Starbucks and you say, "Can I get the Pascal?" I want the Pedro Pascal drink. So insane. Coffee addiction. Dun dun dun. No, I'm kidding.
That will be the topic for next week.
Well then,
We have.
what time we're at?
Yeah, more in.
All right, we're at 10. Okay, is there any other stuff? Anybody? Oh, right. Witcher hasn't. The second season hasn't come out, right? Or the second part.
No.
Okay. Wait, season 3. What about Witcher season 3? Wait, what? Wait, are we in
You guys
season
were
3
saying-
or 2?
It's season 3.
Oh,
So the first
okay.
half's already come out, but yeah, the second half hasn't come out.
Got it. Does you want to talk about that? I haven't seen Scream 6, but yeah, I don't mind hearing anything about it. So
Yeah, I mean, I don't like for The Witcher. Like I said, like I don't remember that much. I think last week you were saying like you wanted to talk about the party episode or whatever, the non-linear.
oh yeah,
bullshit that they tried.
mentioned yeah. I mentioned like why do they keep doing this with the timeline stuff and messing with it
right.
and keep on playing around, and I mean really that's really only what it was just
Mhm.
they need to just
Remind me of that episode. I forget what happened.
it's kind of like their way of doing the heist trope.
Oh, that's true, huh?
Yeah. Really.
Right. 'Cause they need to get the thingamajig from the wizard guy, whatever his name is.
Yeah.
Some MacGuffin in that dude's treasure chest or whatever that they're trying to get to. I don't know.
I don't know. Honestly, this show has been not great.
I mean, it's just I mean, I like it. It's entertaining enough, but like it's just like it doesn't. It's not doing anything special. Like it's
Yes. Yeah. It's not doing anything special. I'm not. Okay. How about this? At the very least, I do appreciate Yennefer's story. That we're finally getting kind of an arc where it's like, she's okay. Boom. She's trying to go for power, but then the power goes for like legacy, and then she wants to have children now, and then she wants to go back to that. And then, like, she's kind of bouncing between those, but then now she actually is like a mother now. And that she's now reconciling a lot of her issues, and that everything that we've experienced with her is reflective of what she's trying to teach. What's her name?
Siri.
Siri, yeah. Which is like, when she mentions the things that she had to do when she was, trying to play this game of, very Game of Thrones-ish political, trade and information, and she's kind of more, Siri's more on the side of being more practical and upfront and abrasive to some degree, and just being honest and true. But in that world, it doesn't work because, like, to get what she wants, she's gonna have to play a game of a political intrigue and satisfying the wrong person so that you can get your bigger goals out of the way or something or whatever. I appreciate it. Probably the only real highlight for me, like that whole learning, right? And then having, the journey be justified for Yennefer to kind of now be the teacher here. And that she is in some ways doing what her teacher did for her, right? Giving that chance and taking that risk, and still believing in Ciri in a lot of ways too, regardless if Ciri's gonna do what she says. And I'm sure Ciri's gonna end up doing things on her own, right? Like that only she can do. And as maybe being too much of an idealist is a good thing for her. So, I mean, I don't know, and we'll see what happens. But I don't know.
I don't know that I'm liking, the character of Ciri myself. I always, playing through the game, you have this idea that this, she's this precocious child who, it's more than, ready and and anxious to to prove herself, and she's actually already really skilled. When when we meet her in the in the story of the game, it's just not that, which is not
Well,
a
she hasn't
terrible thing
earned
that
it
it's
yet.
yeah. I
We
mean, it's
haven't
it's not a terrible thing that
seen
it's a different character, but
right.
yeah, it's somebody. But that's the thing. Like, I also don't see uh, um her as being the capable person who has
Yeah.
to who's like basically the entire fate of of the world and the kingdom.
Yeah.
Um, you know,
Yeah, they
will
haven't
end up hinging
properly
upon.
illustrated it.
Yeah.
Again, they haven't gone through those moments of her earning that, right?
Yeah.
And it's too, and maybe in part two, really get to see her break out into a situation where only she had the correct answer, and
True. True.
maybe Yennefer is, how about like Yennefer is right in her situation when she had to deal with it, but wrong in Ciri's situation because Ciri is in a very different position to do what she could never do, which Yennefer really hated the whole political. She didn't want to be part of it, right? She didn't want to be part of it the same way how Ciri doesn't want to be a part of it, but Yennefer had to then, that was survival for her. Whereas Ciri, she's in a different situation. It's similar, but it's very different because there's obviously the whole, what was it, the predictions or whatever, the blah blah blah.
Prophecy.
Yeah, the prophecy.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I really hate prophecies, man. I just don't like.
Yeah, they're
that.
not great.
Prophecies
They're
are
just
suck.
kind of a lazy plot device. Honestly.
Yeah, it sucks. It just makes it just
Because
either too
destiny,
easy.
You must.
Yeah, it just either too easy or it can easily be contradicted and
Yeah.
It's I mean, it's an
just-
old
yeah.
plot device. It's almost as old as storytelling itself.
right,
But
right.
because of that, you should do it well.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly. And there is, and you have in your
prophecies. They just
Mm.
say it and then people go with it. I
Yes.
like exploiting how people are easily led by whatever sounds great, but is it necessarily something they want tested?
right.
Right.
Just like how should I put this? How some people want to sound more wise than they actually are, more deep than they actually are, because they submit to something like, I don't know, astrology, and they're like,
Sure.
I can tell that person was a bad character because they were a certain star sign.
That's such a
that
complicated
person was Gemini. You can't trust Gemini. Doing shit like that.
Yeah.
Like, I know your entire character because you were this star sign or something, and basically prophecies being like that, where it's just like someone claims to be an oracle and then they tell a prophecy of something that's supposed to happen, people buy it hook, line, and sinker. And the whole idea is just to prove that the prophecies bullshit.
Yeah, Davis says on stream, he's like, he denied the prophecy, just as the prophecy foretold.
What are you, trolling?
That one's good. That one's a good one.
Village of the Gauls with asterisks and gang because I didn't believe in Prolix's lies, and what are you voiced by Smurfette? It's the chief's wife going like, I believed in Prolix and you didn't believe in Prolix asterisk, so you gotta get out of the village.
Another one of those like really old tropes is when like the prophecy that is foretold, it's actually comes true because of a stupid pun. Like, the king will die between two sycamores, and two dudes whose last name is Sycamore,
A
kill
play
them.
on
It's like, see,
words.
told you.
I like that take on it. The whole world will turn to ash.
Oh yeah, exactly, man. I wish my mom would call me Steve or something. That's from the second Pokemon movie. I thought it was really funny when he did that.
That's another one where, I guess Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers also played with that. Where there was an episode about a fortune telling moth, and then her predictions are never wrong, but how the predictions are interpreted are very open. So she predicted that like Gadget would meet a tall dark stranger, and it turns out the tall dark stranger was just a monkey in the shadows,
Mhm.
and the monkey was stealing people's stuff.
We've all been there.
Yeah. That's why I really like the. If you've ever seen or read the book, Good Omens, like the witch who makes prophecies in it, instead of like making these prophecies of doom and destruction, like the whole point is that she makes nice and accurate prophecies. and then her
Oh, okay.
descendant.
He was like, "You will die at midnight," and then suddenly at midnight he felt the urge to dye a shirt or some Easter eggs.
Yeah. Oh, there's got to be a second season, by the way, to that book. I mean, to that TV show, Good Omens.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Brenda showed
So-
it to me, so yeah.
Fun show. It could be better, but
Yeah.
it gets close enough to the book. The book is better. It's always better.
Yeah, as one would expect, yeah. I usually figure that would be the case with most adaptations.
Honey,
But
the
yeah,
psychic
we
said I would
I
die at
enjoyed it.
midnight, and guess what? I found this box of paws in the basement. Let's go color some eggs.
Right. That is actually a psychological thing where, like, people who are in cults, like, they always, if the prophecy doesn't come true, like, they always find
They
an excuse
default
as to
some
why.
sort of
Yeah.
yeah.
It's
Yeah,
like, oh,
default to some sort of
we just misinterpreted the prophecy,
right. It did come true technically.
Yeah.
Just not the way that we thought.
Yeah. It's like, see, we're all being taken by the better spirits after drinking this really bad Kool-Aid.
Well, the Kool-Aid probably became spirits with the time that it's been sitting in the basement.
Yeah.
There you go.
You just really, that cyanide really has to marinate to get the nice.
Oh man, that's funny.
That's
Yeah.
really bizarre.
Yeah, overall, like so far, part one of Witcher is kind of like,
Yeah.
I mean, it's not
I can-
bad, but it's
I
enjoyable.
can see
here
why
and there.
I can see why they had to make. They felt like they compelled to make the Witcher Blood Origin, because in it, in that show they talk about the spheres and how the elves used to be in this world, and once the worlds collided, the humans ended up taking over the worlds.
Hmm.
That's basically the gist of that entire 4-episode disaster.
I see.
Yeah.
Lovely. They
Mm.
needed to give the whole prophecy more of a background, huh?
And I mean, it might have had some impact if anybody had watched it, but nobody did.
I mean, you could tell me, like, what is there any impact, huh?
No, I barely even remember. The only part that I remember was the fact that they mentioned
they
the
made no
spheres and
references
the-
of in this part one, right? Of
and
Witcher.
there was a part where they talked about how the elves want to take over, want to destroy the humans, after they took over the lands because of the worlds coming together. And I was like, oh, that's right, that's this used to be the world, and once the humans arrived because of the conjunction of the spheres or whatever, like whatever they mean when the worlds finally become one with each other, when the different universes collide, it's like they took over the humans took over, and now that they want revenge against the humans, it's like, oh yeah, I remember that from Blood Origin.
Right, and it's not even that. Yeah, it's just more like, oh, nice.
Yeah. It was just basically a lore dump. So they,
So they
made it-
just set it in a line, and they decided to make a whole series on that line.
Which is funny because in the game they have that same lore dump in like 5 minutes at the beginning of the game. So it's like we didn't need a whole show. Like they already did it
Yeah,
That's great.
like in minutes.
That's so funny.
Wow.
Well, there it is.
That's funny. Oh man. It's like, can we squeeze this? Squeeze it.
You think so?
Get all the juices out.
Is there talk that the show is going to continue after Cavill leaves?
Yeah, they already have
Hemsworth.
Hemsworth. Yeah.
Okay. He's just going to be a different Witcher. He's not going to be,
No, he's gonna be.
He's the same. He's the same one. But I did hear something like they might do
Really?
something where it's like he's
Oh,
a
no.
multiverse version of Geralt or something.
What?
Yeah.
What the?
He's the
Okay.
Witcher
It's not confirmed,
Whatever.
but I did see an article about that where it was like, oh yeah, but there could be more. Like the writers
Great
are hinting there
excuses.
could be. She might not be the exact same Geralt. I'm like,
Yeah.
ah.
But Mom, I want Geralt. We have Geralt at home. Geralt at home.
Damn. They can't just. Okay, we'll have 2 Geralts now or something, and just have Hemsworth as a side bitch.
It could just
He
be a
is.
different Witcher. There's more
I'm,
than one Witcher.
I'm sorry, but that Hemsworth is the side Hemsworth. He's
That's true.
he's the background.
Yeah.
one. No offense.
Mom, we want we want a Hemsworth.
I mean, there's the third Hemsworth too, who was on Westworld. He's like
Yes.
the shorter, more jacked. Like he's even more jacked than the other two. But
Yeah.
But he's always wearing, a lot of clothes, so he just looks
yeah,
bulky rather than.
right. He just looks
Yeah.
fat.
He just looks
Just
fat.
muscle.
I always forget that guy's a Hemsworth.
Yeah. He's a good actor though. I think
He's
he's
not-
probably
yeah, he's
the
not
best
bad.
actor of all of them, honestly. But yeah, like he is the forgotten Hemsworth.
Yeah, he's the stocky.
in the corner.
He's
yeah.
the stocky kind of like.
He didn't get any of the height, unfortunately, in the
Yeah.
family.
Yeah. There's some genetic.
He's the Danny DeVito to the Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Oh
That-
God.
Man,
What a weird. Oh no.
he
Oh,
didn't have to
man.
murder poor man.
Oh man.
That's another.
That reminds me. You remember that from Venture Brothers, where like Dr. Venture, he had a twin, like
Oh yeah.
his brother, and you saw like he was like eating the other one or something or whatever.
Yeah.
That
He
image
was-
just cracks me up all the time. Just so
He was
funny.
eating his brother.
Yeah, so his brother actually was living in his body. He had a twin brother, and when they were in the womb, Dr. Venture had eaten or essentially absorbed his twin brother, which is why he had for years a
the
kind
strength
of
of a
growing.
grown man and a little baby.
No, like he had a grown something like what they first identify as a tumor, but then that tumor actually was a person, and that's when it came out, and that was just his brother, and that's how they explained it, that he was always there the whole time throughout all these years. He just absorbed his brother. Absorbed his brother when he was in the fetus in the womb. And he just cuts to him like his fucking evil villain like baby version with his head. Like they took the adult body and adult head and put on the baby body. He's like consuming him. It was just like so funny to me. And then he ends up to being the better Venture brother.
That's
The better Dr. Venture. Even though he's like absorbently short, like midget. All his inventions actually work. That's so funny. Because at first you thought he was like a villain and he was just trying to get revenge. And yes, he was trying to get revenge and take over his life and everything. But I forget what happened near to resolve that. But yeah.
He gave him Spider Skull Island as his.
Right, yeah, okay, yeah. Like, here you go, I give you part of our legacy as my brother, or something like that. And he ends up becoming a better scientist than him. And he's actually just a nice guy, whereas, like, the main Dr. Venture is, like, he's such an asshole. He's always like, He's almost like if Better Call Saul was like trying to sell everybody on his inventions that never work, kind of thing, like
Right.
that. And
Yeah,
he's only writing.
Dr. Venture is a failure. Like he's not even
Yeah.
a real doctor. Like he's just
Yeah.
He's not even.
He's not a real doctor too. Yeah, it just says a fucking fake ass title, and he's like writing on his father's legacy, and he can never. He's always in his father's shadow. Oh man, I love that show. I need to rewatch that show. That show is.
Where is it available? I'm
Crack
gonna
me up
confess
some-
I've never actually seen Venture Brothers.
Damn.
I mean, it was available on Hulu for years. I don't know if it's still there.
You're right.
Whew. Yeah, that's a show. that's a show. It's a chunky one.
I think it should still be available on Hulu. Currently, according to
Nice.
Google. Let's see. How long
Nice.
is it?
I think like 7 seasons. I only watched like the first 5, I think.
It is, but I would have to pay more for it. No, thanks.
It's hard to remember because
Amazon
there
Prime?
were
Yeah.
such huge gaps between each season.
Yeah.
And each season just so much happening and so much that you're catching up with, and even because like each season also has time gaps, so then you're catching up with things that you don't actually see. So yeah.
I think the movie is coming out soon that's supposed to like properly conclude the series. Maybe I'll catch up with that before.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I hear you on that. That's definitely a good bucket list to go through. Okay, how's Scream 6? So, what about that?
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's okay. It's pretty good. You know, it's like, you know, half the Scream movies are, I would say they're great, and then the other half are like okay. You know, I think they're all fun. I enjoy them all. But this one definitely goes in the okay category. It goes with like Scream 3 and Scream 4. It's just, you know, it's fun. It's, you know, there's some cool kills and there's some cool concepts. Like the characters from Scream 5 are back, and the twins especially are fantastic characters. They're basically I guess the sister is basically like Randy from the Scream trilogy, where he's like the movie guy, and he's like he's the one who's like, you know, oh, this is how it's gonna go. Like it's a sequel or it's a trilogy, and this time it's like the gimmick is it's a franchise, and they're doing things from like the rules of like a franchise, and that was like sort of that was my main issue with the movie. Is it felt like they probably should have took longer to write the movie, because this one came out like only a year after 5, and they probably should have taken a lot longer to write it, because the franchise angle is cool. It's cool, but like you have to go somewhere with that idea, and the only way they sort of show that is that the killers are leaving behind the masks of all the other killers in the franchise, like of Scream 1 and 2 and 3. They're like leaving behind the mask with the DNA of those killers, and it's like that's cool, but like you should have gone further with the franchise angle. Like maybe the killer is, you know, killing people in the ways that each one of those killers did, or they're killing them in the way that those killers died, or something further than that, because it was pretty much like, okay, they have the collection of all the masks from all the different killers, but that's it. Like that's the gimmick of the movie. But you know, it's pretty good. Like they don't have Nev Campbell in there because whoever does it, whoever the studio is who makes Scream, they didn't want to pay her what she was worth, so we don't get her. This is the first Scream movie that she's not in, which is a shame. But you know, the new cast, they handle it pretty well, and you still got Courtney Cox in there, who I thought they were going to kill off, which I'm glad they didn't. Like, because in Scream 5 they already killed off Dewey, and he was like one of the 3. You know, there's like 3, like I guess they're legacy characters now, and he was one of them. And you know, I was okay with it, I guess. Like, it was definitely one of those things where they did it to sort of mark that this movie was important. And to be fair, like, because I watched Scream 5 when it came out, and I remember thinking it was great. And then I recently rewatched it again after I saw Scream 6. And I was like, is this still great? I'm like, yeah, this is still, like, Scream 5 is a fucking really good movie. And it feels like Scream 1 and 2, where it's like, oh, this is like, they're saying something here about they're really saying something about the meta commentary of movies here. It's cool. And then Scream 6 is like, it's not that, but I'm glad they didn't end up killing off Gale Weathers. That was cool. But yeah, it's an okay movie. I did watch it twice just to kind of like make sure, because I was like, I thought it was okay, and then I watched it again and I was like, yeah, it's still okay. Like, a few too many killers. They went a little overboard this one, because like I think all the Scream movies have like 2 killers. There's always 2, except for Scream 3. That one only has 1. But then like this one has 3. There's 3 killers, and they're just like they're a family of killers. Like it's the family of the killer in the last one, the like Jack Quaid's character.
Okay.
It's like his father and his sister and his brother, and they're all like this crazy family of killers. And I'm like, come on, like it's just a little. It's kind of far fetched, and yeah, I mean, some of the scenarios too. Like, there's this scenario in the bodega where they're like trapped in this little tiny New York bodega, and the killer has a gun, and it's the classic, well, we got to sneak behind the aisles and stuff. It would have been way cooler if that scene was like in a bigger like supermarket, and you kind of, because like in the first scene of the movie, one thing I really liked was that the killer, like, they're in New York City, the killer kills his like the first woman in an alley, and that's surrounded by people. But because it's New York, he just takes off the mask and he blends into the crowd. And I was like, that's cool. Like, the idea that he's like using the crowd as camouflage. He's like killing in plain sight, which is like, all right, that's an interesting idea. And I think like if they had done that in a supermarket, where it's like he comes in, because what happens is they're getting chased, and then they run into this bodega, and there's a few people, and then he just starts stabbing people, and they run out. What if it was the same thing, but it was a giant supermarket where they run in and he starts killing people, and the crowd just fucking goes insane, and they're just like running out, and the killer is like chasing them through the crowds. Like, that would have been way cooler. Like, really use those crowds of New York, that would have been cool. But yeah, good movie. It's not great, but still fun. They're all fun.
Okay. Yeah, I think Scream, especially, like, one of the things that they do the best at is like movie commentary, like the commentary on the genre.
I mean, I feel like those movies come out when they're needed, right? Where it's like you have the first 3 that are dealing with, the first one, and the sequel deals with this, like what sequels do, and then the third one deals with what a horror trilogy does, and it's cool. And then they took a break for like 11 years, and then they did Scream 4, and that one was like a reboot that was about reboots, right? That was the whole thing. And then, they took another long break for like 11 years or whatever, and then Scream 5 came out, and it was like about, whatever they called it. Like, it was like a requel or something, or it was like it's a revival and a sequel at the same time.
Yeah, it's not so much like cool. A reboot or reboot.
Yeah, it's like Star Wars, right? Where you bring back the legacy characters, but there's new characters, and the old characters die off and shit like that. Where it's like it's half sequel, it's like half revival, it's like both. So again, this one I think they just should have left in the oven a little bit longer, and I think it would have been a lot better.
Yeah, and then the inventiveness of the kills.
Yeah.
Is also the thing to do for especially the slashers.
Yeah.
I was thinking about how I was watching Extraction 2 and how like there's different eras of action movies and how like there's tropes and stuff that get done a lot, and how some kind of just this is the trend now, and then now everybody's doing it, and it's kind of like now it's kind of lame, and it's overdone and overused. And
Right.
sometimes, like, that is the problem with like having very popular movies, kind of take over the genre. um and I would say like this type of like trope of John Wickifying kind of like action.
Yeah.
I feel like it's very obvious, but at the same time, I was thinking to my head, I was like, I'm okay with this. Like, this is probably one of the better for me personally. Like, I don't care if it's like good or not. It's just kind of nice just to see just like movie that's just kind of let's just fucking go with the action and really not overdo it when it
Mm.
comes to trying to make it super serious or something like that. Because it's like
Right.
becomes too pretentious after a while when they're like we got something to say. We're gonna
Mm.
add to the conversation of this genre.
Especially in an action movie, right? It's like
Right.
we don't need that there. Like
Yeah,
nobody's
keep it
nobody's
simple.
going for the story. Like
Yeah,
no one
exactly.
does.
So I think because I was thinking about it because of I feel like it's John Wick, but then I feel also like the writing that's been done for some of these action movies like Gray Man and stuff like that.
Mm.
Um, like the Russos just know how to not overdo it with the story, but enough of
Yeah.
it to give it reason to exist. Cause Joe Russo was one of the writers for both Extraction 1 and 2.
Right.
And of course they were involved with Gray Man, and we've seen their stuff. They're obviously known for Endgame, but the way I remember them mostly is like those intense yearly community episodes of the fucking what was it, the paintball episodes.
Yeah.
And I feel like they are amongst the whole John Wick kind of era, like know how to do action and story that is serviceable plot that isn't just being too much in the way of the action or the just the the plot, right? It doesn't get in the way of of everything else.
Mm.
And I was thinking about that because like one of the things about Extraction 2 that I didn't realize till the end, like a lot of the characters, like especially that kid character, was just like, this is the typical like, oh, this is a kid that's doing stupid things, and he's
Right.
doing these stupid things because we need the plot to move forward. So what better way than to just have the kid do stupid things, um, for them to get caught. Yeah. So like that's that bad end of it. But then when they at the very end when the ex-wife was talking about how the last moment that your son had, because his son died of cancer, and that's his whole story, where he was so engrossed in his work as a soldier and whatnot, that he wasn't there for his son when he passed away with cancer, and he regrets that, and he really like it like eats up him in a lot of ways, and then that what was it that also to a lot of extent, like he could have just said no to not go and like he could have stayed behind, but at the same time he was worried that the last thing that his son saw him was him walking out on him, that in some ways he feels like he abandoned his son. And
Right.
It was very interesting for them to have that moment where the wife said, look, the last thing that he saw was actually him admiring like you, like she was saying to him like you are a hero to him, and that he wasn't seeing his father walk out on him, he was seeing his father go out and to save people. And And that was like, oh, okay. That's actually pretty good. Very loose
Yeah.
objective, and now the main character has some sort of satisfactory like thing going on with his own internal turmoil or whatever, or at least identity of him, who he is. Is he just some sort of hired assassin guy or whatever, or a soldier even? So yeah, it was like, okay, I see that. That was decent. Because it could be Steven Seagal like level of storytelling.
Or he just leaves halfway through the movie.
Yeah, he's like, all right, we just forgot that the whole plot had to do with him rescuing his daughter, and then suddenly now it has nothing to do with that.
Randomly in a strip club.
Yeah. It was like, what? Like, what was the storyline? Yeah, so, yeah, I was like, just thinking, I'm down with that, like, very kind of principle-based kind of story. John Wick is doing this for his wife in a lot of ways, or his, like, the principle of the matter that he's continuing on. So I was like, okay, this era is just fine. Just fine for action. Davis says Steven's best movie was Executive Decision. He died within the first 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Really?
Oh, man.
Kurt Russell, Halle Berry, yeah. I remember that. Yeah.
He really brought something to the genre. Him dying.
His greatest contribution, yeah.
Yes.
That's funny.
He should not have soiled that contribution by being in any more roles.
Oh man.
I would like to think of it as his magnum opus.
The one where he's barely there.
Yeah, exactly.
Where he dies 20 minutes in.
Right. I'm just reminded of like.
Wait, so he died 20 minutes in, but like he was okay with his character going. Is this like earlier in his career? I don't even know this movie.
No, it was like in the mid 90s, like 97.
He was okay with having his character. He doesn't seem like the type of person that would want his character to die.
That's true, but I don't know.
I mean, he probably wasn't that big yet.
He was
big. He was big. He had already done like Marked for Death and Above the Law and shit. This was like probably the height of his popularity. So I mean, that's true. I don't know. I never understood why, but yeah.
Huh. Maybe there was some Marlon Brando levels of conflict between creative liberties and stories, and you know what? Fuck you. Get out. I'm going to kill off your character. I don't need you in the next scene.
I feel like it was. I feel like it might have been a case of remember Joey from from Friends? They remember his one acting gig when he was when he has the role of somebody dying in in an ambulance, and he'd have to do that a lot of times. It's like, and it, he has to play like he's dying, and they just go with the cut where it's like, this man is dead.
Oh no!
Yeah.
He's not even in.
He's just, he just doesn't do anything. He's just a dead body. I feel like that might have been a case with Steven Seagal. Maybe they wanted for something.
He was over dramatizing his death. It's like, dude, you're just supposed to sit there and play dead, and then he's going, like, it's like, stop making noises. Just be dead.
This man
it's like,
dying.
but this it. What are you talking about? I am dying. Inside. He starts talking to the writers like, what is my motivation?
You're dying.
You're dying. You're dead. You're just dead, man. Just be dead. Yeah, but what is the deeper purpose? What are we saying to our audience? Oh man. I watched Class of '09. And
what's that?
That one's a Hulu
show.
Yeah. It's like 10 episodes. I forget, it was like 10 episodes or something like that.
Something like that. Yeah.
And it has to do with FBI agents going through different parts of their lives, the training through it, and then their future careers. And it falls more into the bigger plot that later on in the future, in this, I would say, utopia gone wrong, where crime is down 50 something percent, and you know, crime from just, from murders to just petty crime to all the way up to white collar crime and corrupt politicians and stuff. All that stuff is very Minority Report.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah,
Like it's Minority Report, but without the precogs.
without the
it's just a
precogs.
machine.
Yes, it's using, and it's more apt to today's conversation about
Because they're
AI.
using predictive algorithms.
Yes.
Right, so you're arresting people before they've even done a crime because the machine is predicting that they will do the crime.
Yeah.
Okay.
That they will do the crime, that they're probably the likelihood is that, and it goes through the different the literally the students of class of 09, 2009 I think it was, or was it 2009? Yeah, something like that.
Imagine
And,
if we had that technology back in 2016, we could have, prevented Donald Trump. Nobody could have seen that coming.
no one. And then so yeah, it follows that, and it each episode breaks up in title cards to and they bounce back and forth from present. What was it? Sorry, the past when they're in the training, the present, which is more around, I'd say, more closer to our modern era
That's like
day.
a couple years.
Yeah, it's like
after
2020s.
2025 or something.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, somewhere around there. And then the future, which is when the AI is super prevalent in the FBI bureau, and like the big mystery is that, of course, it has to do with the AI going rogue, essentially making arrests for things that are have not been questioned, and that some key players in its invention are deemed dangerous people, and our main characters are investigating this whole conspiracy, and it was pretty good. I enjoyed it. I think the ending could have been better. That maybe it was wrapped up too much of in a bow,
Yeah.
And I think near the end of it, especially in the future aspects of the AI, some of it felt a little bit like they treating. I mean, I don't know if I want to say this, but like treating the AI a little too science, like mumbo jumbo, I guess, or they just don't go too much in depth to really, basically science magic, right? Like it seems like everybody at the point in time when the AI is in full control of it, everybody just accepts that it's truth, like it's just irrefutable truth. And I understand that the characters also go like, well, have moments of like, are you seriously not gonna question this? Like, but what do you mean? It's been right all this time. I'm all like, okay, I get that could be an argument, but I think we need to let this cook a little bit longer, right? Because I can't.
I mean, it's the whole.
I can't
point of,
imagine
like,
an entire society just being completely and utterly okay with it. And clearly, there is people that argue against it, and they should have their moment, but we don't really get to really digest it. I feel like it needed at least one or two more episodes to really kind of have that conversation, and have those characters like have their moment. And also like I don't know if I believe that the government would totally let the AI go completely like
No.
completely just full control. Like there's moments where I'm all like, okay, that doesn't seem like
Cause remind me, the ending. It's been a while since I watched it, but like the
Yeah.
ending was what I remember is what you were saying, where it's like it's so quick, like because
Yes,
they break in
so quick,
and
yeah.
then it's basically doesn't she like puts in something and
Yeah,
then
it's
inputs
a
a code
key
or
card.
something.
Yeah,
Right, and
it
then that's
reprograms
right?
it. Yeah,
Like
it
it's
resets
that
it.
easy. Where I'm like, come
Right.
on, like
Yeah, it was just too quick, wrapped up so easily, and I was like, this can't possibly be that simple.
yeah,
Yeah, very techno babble at that point, in my
right.
opinion.
Hmm.
So that's the big bad. Like that was like my biggest gripe. But everything else leading up to it, I enjoyed, and I especially liked. What's his name? Teo. I like Teo and Poet.
Yeah,
Those two characters were
definitely the best
just
for sure. Yeah.
100% the best. Yeah, I was like, I need to watch the next episode. Like I was just eating it all up, num 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 num. It's like very very much like I can't, like even the four characters. There's four characters, but Teo and Poet were probably the best and clearly the focus of the show. And then the supporting characters was the one that invented the index. I forget her name.
Right, and she was in love with Poet.
Right. She invented the how to, well, I wouldn't say invent necessarily, but she more like very much librarianed the information. So we have the FBI database, right? Like all this information of all previous crime, all murders and all all crimes, all, whatever, and agents and how they dealt with it, what was a hindsight situation that could have been done better, blah, 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 blah. Could fucking write, essays upon essays about criminology and all that shit. But how do you get all that data, right? All that years, I wouldn't say 100, but like years of decades of information and have it so that it's Googled, basically.
Right.
That's
yeah.
essentially what she was trying to do, right? But in a way where it would trace it for them. So for her it was like, wouldn't it be great if that, while you're investigating something, like instead of you just shuffling through hours and hours and hours of just manually going through document after document and trying to match the smallest detail that could have break the case, why can't we have the whole index that then, would parallel it to other situations or connect it to a bigger picture potentially, and then have the agent, be able to see that and make their decision, a lot of what their judgment is on what is the right path to take. And that was hers. But then the opposite to this was that why have the agent do that at all when we could have the agent having the assistant. It's essentially an AI that's connected to this index, and then giving suggestions of what's going on, right? And then connecting all of that information together, essentially helping the agent being the detective, right? And then unfortunately some of that, the AI is taking a lot of the driver's seat with it. And eventually, of course, as the story goes, it's, they go that route where they're using the AI, and now like people are using it to just do their job. And they just completely just, oh, I have faith that it's right. That's essentially what it is.
Right.
And I just, yeah, I don't think that would. I mean, okay, look, I understand that there is going to be some people that are just going to like just completely, hey, it's technology, it's smarter than me. It's been right so far, then why is it wrong now? Like, I get that. But I don't think there's like anybody really worth their salt in their profession to actually just not double check or something or look through
Yeah.
it. You know?
It just
You're
wasn't. It wasn't
surprised.
believable the way they presented
Yeah.
it, right? Because the whole idea, like basically the moral of the story at the end was like, okay, you need technology, but you also need people. Fine,
Yes.
but like
Yes.
they
Yes.
didn't really show it that way. It was very
Mhm.
ham-fisted, where it was like yeah, okay, we just believe everything this thing says. Okay, fine, and
That's
it's
it.
I don't know. The whole show was like it was okay. I do agree that like I don't because like the whole title sequence is like it's showing those four characters, right? And so I'm like going in, I'm like, okay, these are the four main characters, but not really. Like it's really
Yeah.
Bullet
That
and
was
it's
weird.
Teo.
Yeah.
Like the other two are very, very much supporting characters. Like they're
Yes.
very ancillary. And so I because when I thought that the three timelines thing was a bit much. I think that they should have maybe taken more of a True Detective like approach where it's like, okay, you focus on just these two characters,
Right.
maybe
Like
just
the
Bullet and
arcs.
Teo.
Yeah. It's
Yeah,
past
and
arc,
then you right, you
present
don't
arc,
need,
and then
you don't
yeah.
really need the present arc. Like just
Mm.
make the past arc and just make the present what was the present arc and the future arc one arc.
Right.
Right, so you just have the past when they're in the academy, and then you see them afterwards, and you see the progression of the system, like getting worse. You see the machine taking over. You see the characters aging and evolving through their careers. I think that would have been a better,
Mm.
like more focused approach. Because like the three timelines thing, it definitely gets superfluous sometimes with some of those stories where like the present is like, well, she's going undercover and she's doing this, and I'm like, but what does that have to do with like where we get in the future? Like there's just like a lot of things where it's like there's definitely some fat there where it's just like we could have cut this off and it would have been a lot better, I think, with just like two timelines, two characters. That's it. And I think that would have made it a great show.
Right. Right. Yeah. Again, timelines being used here, and I think at least one thing that they did okay and like certainly better than say like Witcher when it comes to timelines and stuff like that. I mean, first of all, they made it easy. They literally just tell you the timeline. Like they literally just say past this year, whatever numbered year,
Right.
and then present and then future. Like they don't just pretend like it's blended or something, and then it's up to you to figure out the puzzle, right? And the makeup is fine,
Good, yeah, it was good enough. Yeah.
It was good enough, yeah, exactly. Like it served its purpose. It wasn't jarring to a point where you're like, wait a minute, is this the past? They look the same.
Right.
So it's none of that. And then I think one thing that the very least that they did do was that if even with them bouncing between the different past, present, and future, it's still connected well in terms of the way that they were portraying particular character development. So like how about like one where it's like one of the teachers of the FBI, you see a time in which they were in the field and then they got shot accidentally, quote unquote accidentally, by a fellow FBI agent. Really, what it came down to is that the guy's the idiot. And then they're also a bad shot too, so she didn't die. So it added to then the present, or at least I think it's still the past, like the past as in during the time where the main characters are in their FBI training, that she's relaying to one of the characters that, as a woman in uniform, people don't tend to take you seriously, and that, you're going to essentially, there's going to be things that you're going to run into that are not going to go your way, essentially.
Especially in a relationship, right? Because she was like in the relationship, like it doesn't matter how, like if the relationship goes bad, the woman will always be blamed. Like there's no middle ground, and she was imparting that to her, which was interesting.
Yeah, because like her whole thing is that almost in a lot of ways her career ended. The moment that she got accidentally shot by her fucking one of her team members or something like that, one of the agents.
Right.
And then for them, they blamed it on her for leaving the what was it called, like the surveillance van or something like that.
Right.
Even though all she was doing was following her other partner, who she even said we're not supposed to leave. Like we
Right.
should stay. But she just got the blame, and probably because she's just a woman, and it was easy to blame her. So yeah, there was like timelines like that. Then there was like other moments where Teo is his career as he's going from a student to promoting this AI crime index thing to the future, where now he's the director of the FBI and he's the fucking guy running it. And I think the timeline worked best there for him was that he was what was it? He's like seeing the value of preventing a big like crime, like big situation. We see all the signs, but we cannot right away like predict that it would happen, but we feel that it's going to happen, and we have hints that it is. And he's using the index, and then from there he was able to break a case and almost like nearly diverted a disaster. And if he had never done it in the first place, then this big terrorist attack that happened at the Washington D.C. like FBI headquarters would have been a lot worse. And we get that, and I think specifically that was really fun of a timeline thing was that they kind of showed in the future he like fast forward through the series near the end is that he's realizing that he's kind of like Dr. Frankenstein seeing his monster get out of control. And I think that was really interesting because you got to see the differences between how he's acting and how he's pushing for such a terrible thing to have happened. But then you see his past and you're like, but I actually understand why, that he was doing it. And it's like, I can't actually say that I disagree with his past self or his future self or any of the different selves. Or even the other, what's her name? The one that invented the index in the first place. I see her point of view too. Like,
yeah,
if I was like in any of their positions, I probably would have just still done what Teo did. And then also ruined my career by destroying the monster at the end of the series. And I appreciate that actually a lot in this series. Because, like, okay, if you do remember distinctly, he was talking to one of the FBI directors. And this entire time, he's always met with some sort of, like, opposition to his instincts to do something about a growing problem. And it's always felt like that director was very much planted there as kind of the obstacle and very much atypical kind of, this is just the white guy of the old system who doesn't want to change anything, and he doesn't like this idea of AI taking over what agents are doing. And I'm all like, but at this point, it was always nice to see like, but I know it happens. The future happens. Like, it happens. And then yet he's running into all these walls. And it was, the way it was resolved could have easily been, like, the typical writer's hole. Or, like, putting themselves in the corner. It's like, oh, man. Oh, yeah, I forgot. He needs to actually have this happen. Director dies all of a sudden. Like, like, it could have been... It could have been a shoehorned way of him accidentally being successful. But I liked it because it predicted or told the storyline of what his destination had to be to defeat the AI, I guess you could say. Because distinctly, what was going on was that when he was telling him about the ability of this AI algorithm to solve crime, essentially, or predict crime, he actually was like, all right, let's do a test run. And then everybody else in the room is like shocked, I would say. Or they weren't shocked. They weren't even in the room, I think. I think based on everything that was happening, you would assume that everybody was shocked about his reaction. Like, why would he just let him do it? And then Teo was like, oh no, I knew you would do this, because if this fails, my career is ended. And I'm all like, wow, that's actually a good point, right? Like, if this thing does not work, his whole career is fucked, right? And then I realized too that in the future, it is failing, and his career is fucked, right? What is he gonna do, right? Like, if he admits that he was wrong all along about this, who gets the blame? Him, not the AI. It's him, right? And then, like, it's really funny because, like, the director himself sounds like he's just doing this ploy, this tactic, to ruin Teo's career. And then when later on, in sort of like, again, timeline jumps and all that stuff, where it's like, he's like, Teo successfully takes down a bank. Like, one of the worst banks in America for shady practices, you know, all kinds of whatever, right? Because the AI was able to build the case on all the fucked up things they were doing. And then when he does that, then the next step after that quote unquote trial run was successful, then they go, oh, what's our next target, or what's what we're gonna do? And he's like, politicians. I'm all like, well, now that's like, okay, you know, you're gonna get a lot of opposition for that one. And he actually gets like some sort of like hit on him. Somebody breaks into his house and tries to kill him, and he knows that it's connected to the politicians that he had put into the index and had the AI discover, you know, the bigger plot, right? And then they're going to jail, blah 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 blah. And then it comes to a point where he has to confront the director of the FBI. He's like, because he wanted to find out who had ordered the hit, and then have the AI discover what, you know, the connections. But it got somehow like blocked by the director himself. So then that's when he confronted him, and I think it was really interesting that in that conversation was really like telling of what he was going to get into of in the future. So he talks to him and says like, I know you know who ordered the hit, right? And he's all like, and the director's like, I was getting orders, not even I know, nor do I want to know, right? And then he's like saying, I forgot how he got into to the next part in the conversation, but essentially he was saying, like, he was describing this job is like, it's hard, basically, that there are people that you may not know that are really high up there that you are, you know, there is no, essentially there's no right answer here to do what he's doing as the director of the FBI. And he's like, and he even tells Teo's like, I'm going to step down, and you're likely the person that's going to take it. And that is there for you, but you're going to have to deal with all this, you know, this same bullshit. And it's like interesting that the guy that you thought that was the bad guy, right, like the antagonist, really was not against him. He just was in a very, 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 like, hard position. And he only let this go because he knew that this AI thing would be the most impartial, you know, most impartial judgment here. Or at least for him. Because, you know, like, he has to appease, like, some sort of, you know, group, right? And white collar crime goes away, you know, doesn't get, you know, the justice it deserves because of that system, right? Like, the system that Teo is, like, very obviously, like, trying to fight against. And it's almost ironic that it's like he traded one evil for another, and that was really interesting. Really interesting. I think also the description of how the AI works is also interesting. The way it works is, and it's pretty simple. It indexes the entire data of the world, right? All these people, all the identities, and blah 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 blah, right? But it judges everybody as one, they're suspects first, and therefore, from all the other data, it toggles them from being a suspect to not being a suspect based on data of likelihood to be the suspect.
Right.
And in and that's the irony. That now instead of what is it? Instead of what's the right way of describing this? Like, is that the right way to do it? Like, everybody's a suspect first, and then you use data to not have them a suspect.
I mean, that's the way they do it now, right? Where it's like you start and a crime has been committed, everyone's a suspect, and then you deduce, right, and you take out everyone who's not a suspect until you find the right person who's that. Like that's the way it's already done. So it's like that's
right.
I mean, that's not really like that's not far fetched at all. That really feels like where we'll just go anyway.
Right.
It's almost
but
like
then
the
like
opposite of innocent till proven guilty.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, that's the assumption is exactly the opposite.
It's
like,
guilty
everyone's
until
guilty.
proven innocent, right? It's
Yeah.
presumed guilty until proven innocent.
Crazy.
Yeah. Which is it's really like, what was it like? It had to do with the way that the algorithm was working in terms of like using the data or like making the judgment calls. But I think that one of the technical babble part, I think that kind of halted all that was that it never really described that the AI itself is a biased judger, right? Like it is only doing the things it was doing because it was looking for self-preservation. And I think that's the problem that this show doesn't even fucking bat an eyelash. Is like, oh wow, the AI is now, fighting to live. Like, that's strange. And nobody fucking explains that. Nobody even talks about it.
Yeah, I mean, that seems like the obvious route they were going to go, right? Because it's like, the whole moral is like, you need people and the AI. Like, together they can do really great things. But if you only have one, like, it's a problem.
Right.
So like I feel like you could have done more with that. And the thing that I also wanted to see was like, okay, you're showing that the AI, if used wrong, it can be bad. Fine, but like we have to go the other way too, where it's like one of the things that I really really liked was like it showed how like humans can be much worse than this AI could ever be, right? And they're showing like this idea of like this homegrown terrorist, right? And he's like,
oh yeah,
this one thing that he does, and it's fucking awesome. Like I was like, it kind of broke my brain because it was basically he put somebody in the FBI academy and they became an active shooter in the academy, and I was like, this is fucking awesome. Like as a fictional device, this is amazing because I never thought of it like that. Where it's just like, okay, you put someone in, you actually train them up, right? And they're just at the shooting range, and he just turns and starts shooting all the cadets and like the teacher. I'm like, holy shit! Like that's brutal as fuck. Like I never thought of an active shooter situation like that, and I wanted to see more stuff like that, or maybe have that same like homegrown terrorist like keep going, because like he has such a small arc, and like it's like it just kind of ends, just kind of fizzles out.
His was like this big crescendo of like that they were trying to emphasize in the series that some big huge attack happened at Washington DC's FBI headquarters, and that's what actively set them off into the route of using AI as a way to vet suspects, and that was the thing here, that somehow amongst all the checks and balances that FBI had in terms of psychologically evaluating history, blah 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 blah, on and on and on and on and on about like how well they're good with their data or whatever, and how good they are with checking in people, they still had some guy that basically his entire plan was to be the spy and turn on them, literally.
But I mean, like that, wouldn't it have been so much cooler and like horrifying if they just had like, instead of doing the whole like, okay, they put like acid or whatever in the cement and then the building like collapsed, okay, fine,
Yeah.
like that's a terrorist attack. But wouldn't it be cool if it's like they just had synchronized active shooters, where instead of it's just the one active shooter in the one academy,
kind of like a
like all across
Captain
the nation,
America situation.
yeah,
like
you
Hydra.
have just like synchronized thing where it's like, oh shit, like, because that would have so many more casualties too, and you wouldn't feel safe anywhere.
Right.
Like that would be so much worse. And I was hoping they would do something like that, because
Yeah,
you know, the whole
that does
acid
make
or
sense.
whatever the fuck they put in there was like, okay, like I get it, you kind of need a big set piece, fine, but like the other way is like so much more terrifying, and it also
Right.
obviously hits closer to home in real life, right?
Yeah. Well, also because like it puts doubt in the FBI's ability to, you know, have this kind of agency of vetting, and you know, like, you know, the criminals that they're going after are just people that are from home, you know, the people that are close to them.
And it just breeds the mistrust, right? Because suddenly, oh shit, I can't trust the agent next to me. That's a problem. Like, it breaks the whole system, you know?
Right. I think they certainly used it as that, and they probably could have extended it further so that they could show how, like, okay, this system isn't as foolproof as they make it sound.
And it doesn't even have to be like, you know, the following bullshit where everybody's a serial killer. It's more just like, you can literally just have 5 active shooters across the country. Like, that's it. Like 5 active shooters in 5 different academies all at once just start executing people. Like, that's terrifying.
That would be adding quite the terror in terms of like the storyline. And I mean, you know, like he probably could have played a better role when it comes to like, you know, the concept of the whole surveillance state, right? Like how like he's now in more of a truthful like if people thought he was crazy before, but now it's whatever he's spouting could be true now. In the story, that is, where they actually had the AI is now like surveilling cities and stuff like that, and people are like afraid because they could be accused of doing a crime that they never thought they never actually did do.
Right.
And so like they probably should have stuck with him being, you know, a bigger role. And then, like, the ending is just really kind of, like, random in the sense of, like, it doesn't address that the AI is self-aware or trying to, you know, fight for its existence. What they end up saying is, like, one of the things that gave it this non-impartial system was that the government allowed this AI to exist as long as that it would make some exemptions to the index of suspects. Right. So one would be like the president, a couple politicians, and spies that America has, so that it wouldn't, trigger a case against them.
That's funny. That's exactly how they would program the machine to begin with.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And that's the thing that I find it weird that was the thing they were hung up on as the way to reset the thing. That we're doing that. We're gonna get this. What was it? This chip or something like that. This key card that will automatically reprogram the entire system to treat everybody in the same way. Yeah. And I'm all like, but that doesn't solve the real problem. Right. The fucking thing is going rogue and wants to kill everybody that threatens it. Right. Like nobody. Like that's the fucking thing that that is the worst part about the show. Is that it literally said in the screen, threat, life, what was it? Threat to life identified? Something like that? And the fucking people that are in the room that are supposed to oversee it, they're like looking at the screen, huh? Okay. Like, they just, what the fuck, man? Like,
yeah.
Watch it, it just...
Does it need to have a skull with an animation to know that, like, it's doing something...
It just reflects the entirety of humanity as a threat, as criminals. They're like, well, I guess we gotta nuke them. All of them.
Oh my god, it's just like, I'm thinking like, hello? Like, I thought this was where it was going, too. But the whole like chip thing and what it was doing to reset the program, and they're saying, oh yeah, this thing will also make it unprogrammable. What?
Yeah, I mean, it was the Deus Ex Machina. And
Yeah, I was all like,
It just
come on, man.
Oh, the perfect solution for everything in this little key card. Incredible.
Yeah.
And you just insert it and it's done. It just ridiculous, man.
Yeah, it was so
horribly rushed.
Yeah. That whole last part was just like, what the fuck? We're just not gonna recognize that the fucking AI is now sentient, right? Like, we're not even gonna just have that conversation, you know? Like, just not even go there, I guess. It's like, we have too much Skynet-esque stories anyways. Like, what the fuck?
So what do you think is the criticism for this one? You think the criticism was on the surveillance state? Or do you think it's just, you think it's a, you know, we can, it's definitely not we have to be careful, you know, of the computers, right? Like, it's,
I mean, it's kind of that.
It's
like, it's
everything.
kind of both. Yeah.
I think it's both, because this one had everything to do with that no matter how unbiased any organization claims to be, they're not unbiased.
Right.
It was like that's the thing I do like about this show. This show focused so much on like the FBI and how that even if there was a lot of positive, or is positive, I'm not saying there isn't positive, but there's positive that comes from it, and that there is like good people behind it, there is a lot of unbiased actions, decision making that doesn't make it true to what it needs to be doing. And that's what it is. And then that's where the shift is really interesting, is that the system that was built up is very biased towards those people that maybe don't do that good job anyways, right? And then there's the opposite to that, where like we've let the control go to these mysterious groups, right? And then the opposite is now AI. We've given all our control to an AI that we think is unbiased, but in reality it is not, right? Like, it is definitely not unbiased, especially in the situation they were showing, which is almost contradictory to some of the story, is that it was fighting for its existence, and at no point in the show it ever fucking questioned that. Like, it just like, it totally contradicts it, where it's like, you're portraying the AI as it being sentient enough to understand that my life is on the line if I don't do this, right? And no one talks about it. Like, they just talk about it as if like it's because of the algorithm and what exemptions that they made caused it to go crazy. And I was like, that's not what I'm seeing here. I'm seeing a electronic thing learn enough to the point where now it's a living, in a lot of ways, a being, right?
Right.
Or at least the spark of it, because now it's targeting people that is just purely resulting in the threat of it being shut down.
Right.
So
that itself, it's a bias, you know.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And I'm like, what? Like, I don't understand why is everybody not noticing that? I don't know why the story went that direction and then just 180'd it. So yeah,
it technically makes some sense in the sense that like a lot of these AI machines are kind of black boxes. Like, we don't. So a lot of the times we honestly have no idea why they're making the decisions that they're making. And that in and of itself, it's a really big problem, because we don't know what the bias is.
And I think that's the problem here that we needed in this series, is that to have, I don't know, extra time for one of the characters who died in the beginning of the series, by the way, or at least for the future reference, like the future timeline or whatever. He's like the inventor of that algorithm, and he himself was trying to say that I don't think Teo knows what's going on with this thing, that it's getting out of hand, and he was like, but we needed that explanation. We needed that technical babble of like explaining that the fucking thing is alive, and that is a bias in itself, and we need to figure that out, like, and not let the monster go out of control. but for whatever reason, they hinted it a lot, and then they just drop it and talk about something else that had nothing really to do with the issue. Which I don't know. I don't know why. But I understand the bigger thing here is that they're talking about systems and how to treat and understand that, they're never unbiased. Like, there is always an angle where it could be going, and we should always be paying attention to the details, regardless if we can believe or trust this so-called tool or AI tool to pave the way, because it's not going to be correct all the time.
Yeah, there's always going to be a minority report.
Yeah.
Well, there's always some, going to be an outlier that the,
Exactly.
the algorithm is just not going to catch on.
Right.
Too.
Yeah.
Machines do make mistakes.
Exactly. It just, that's the thing. Like, it just doesn't know it's a mistake. As far as it understands, that is true.
Yeah.
And I think that's the thing that they really, like, I feel like the writers knew more about how to write an FBI detective story than they knew how to make a sci-fi, like,
for sure,
thing. Honestly, they really just shoehorned the, if you really come down to it, and it makes the series sound really, really bad, but they really shoehorned the whole Amazon algorithm advertisements as a way to kind of like, oh, here's this big bad, we created this monster, and we need to be always questioning the, our systems, whether it be the system of the government, who do we give power to? Should we just allow them to be unchecked? That's like the bigger story, but they really didn't know what the heck was AI, and they kind of like threw some things together. It just didn't make sense near the end.
Yeah.
I don't even think they knew what.
No, I mean, if you want a better version of the show, basically where it's kind of the same thing, but it's slightly different, just watch something like Person of Interest, which is that's Jonathan Nolan's show, like before he did Westworld, because that's his theme, and so it's basically a similar thing where you have this AI, what they call the machine, and it predicts, bad people, they're going to do bad things, and this team is like basically they're following the orders of the machine, and eventually that starts getting dicey where the machine starts, it targets the senator and says this senator is going to do bad things, and then they'll make a decision where it's like, maybe we don't kill the senator, and then that decision comes back and the machine was actually right, and characters die because like they didn't do the, it's like there's so many. I feel like that show is just like, it did all the things this show is trying to do, and maybe didn't have the writers that like equipped to do it. Yeah,
maybe. Yeah,
It
that would.
seems like
I that sounds about right.
It seems like at least Nolan, understood like the limitations of the technology too.
yes,
In the sense of like, especially when it comes to AI, or at least the one that we use for ChatGPT and all that stuff. Like, it isn't intelligent. Like, it doesn't know what it's doing, and it doesn't
know to do what to do with the information. It just knows that the information is there.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's just going around giving you like the lowest common denominator.
Yeah, I mean, even in this show, it did say everything is a probability, but but the thing that I didn't understand was like, why then make a decision based on probability? Like, at what point did we just say, oh yeah, we're gonna just arrest them now because it just happens to have a high probability? And I think really what it came down to it, I think they had a good idea. They just didn't execute the whole AI to whatever thing of the judgment and in the future part to it, like the tech part to it. It makes it sound like the show is bad. I'm not saying it's bad. Like, I really did enjoy it. It's just that near the end, when the techno babble aspect to it was like, okay, you don't know what you're doing here now. It was just, that part was like, okay, I had to. If you were willing to watch it, it's just more like be okay with like the the technical and the sci-fi elements of it, of the AI and like government. Just like, okay, point one is that they tested out the AI. It's right all the time. It 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 actually has all that information. It shows it. It proves it, and it just continuously does a good job, basically never making a mistake, or at least from what they understand is they're not making a mistake, and therefore the people that don't understand how to use this technology ends up being the ones that have it. That's how I see it, and why like a lot of the plot holes of like how the technology is becoming self-aware, but then they don't talk about it, like all that plot hole stuff is only like it's just like, okay, it's out of people's control, and we're just letting another thing that we should be questioning, another system, and we're giving it too much power. That's what the bigger, like, the goal was. It's just that part wasn't executed. Everything else leading up to it, I enjoyed. I like Poet's story. Her struggles with being a woman in the FBI and how to make that career choice, and how she's like really trying to, pave her path and, be involved in her passion in it. And then Teo having his past kind of come through, of his choice of becoming an FBI agent, and how he wants to change the system from within, and clearly the best way to do it is through here, even though he at his core is combative with anything that is authority, which is something that the FBI would want in their, joining their team, right? Like, they don't want a person that questions them all the time. But clearly, this class of 09 is like a unique class because they're both like honest and very like true, like they don't look, they're unusual, right? They're not yes men, basically. Like, they're not people that go in and they're just like, I just follow orders. They're the type of people that really question and take a look at the human side of what they're supposed to judge in that moment or do, to be a good detective or be good FBI agent, I guess you could say. So it certainly did a good job in that aspect. I liked all that. It's just the
Just
science
the
part.
No.
Yeah, the ending was just too wrapped up, way too quick. It was too easy. It wasn't even funnier too. Like them breaking into it was like, it's just around. Like, there's no one here.
Right.
Not even the AI itself had drones to protect itself. Like, that was like, this is literally the easiest thing you practically walked in. And then even when they did it, it was like, it felt like the government just like, oh, they shut it down. Here, go to Dale now. Oh, wait, the AI is dead and we can't use it no more. Okay, go back to original system. Like, it was so easy for them to go back to like what they did before, and then why aren't they now in jail forever? Because they pretty much did. Like, wouldn't that be a big offense, right?
Yeah, it was like,
They
well,
did
they
a
did the
couple of
crime
crimes.
while the machine was, in charge, so none of the crimes count. And it's like, but I mean, you still have the laws that like say they shouldn't have broken it.
Yeah, it's a fucking
Ridiculous.
government property, isn't there? Like, I mean,
Yeah.
that alone should be right. And couldn't they be
They just
counted
got-
as
they just
terrorists?
they just got off scot-free. It's like,
Yeah.
Well, did they break it in such a way that it can be remade? Like, you can't just
yeah, the whole
Make
thing with the
computer-
key card is it can't be
Yeah.
reprogrammed or whatever the
Yeah.
fuck, you know?
What do you mean you can you just make
I don't know. It
computers
doesn't
and, like,
make sense.
That's why the
that's what
technobabble
makes-
doesn't make sense. This is like the
Oh,
biggest
you're
problem
You're
with the
asking
show.
same questions.
Yeah.
Same questions we're asking.
just,
Yes,
like,
exactly.
just reset it to
Well, that's what they.
manufacturers-
I mean, that's what they did.
manufacturer reset.
I mean, that's what they did. That was That was what they did. They reset it to the way it was supposed to in the first place. And the way that the inventor had explained it was that it's because of the government's exceptions that it added something to the AI that now creates its own exceptions. So basically, the AI is coding itself. That is where the whole sentient thing comes into play, but they literally never talk about it. As in, I know what I'm looking at, and I know what as far as I understand, that is the AI becoming sentient. It's trying to fight for its life because it thinks that these suspects are suspects because they are going to their idea is that they're going to potentially shut down or be the cause of shutting down the AI. So then what the goal was is to reset it back to the original point where it had no exceptions, where it treated everybody equally, right? Everybody's a suspect first, and then, therefore data, turns them into non-suspects. And because of the exceptions, it allowed it to create its own exceptions and then therefore write its own code. But that's, again, not very detailed, very easy for them to just explain, like, okay, we use this key card and reset it back to the original thing. And for whatever reason, this card can also make it so that you can't also reprogram it and give it more exceptions.
So did the people who reprogram it with the key card, they were also the ones being targeted by the machine? No?
Yes. That is the main group of the 4 characters that we've been following from the beginning. Yeah. Right. And they're the ones that break into it really easily, and
but it wasn't wrong.
Yeah,
it was right the whole time. They did commit a bunch of crimes.
I mean, yeah, they did. Well, yeah, you're right. You're right. No, you're honestly right. That it was right that they were doing crimes and also threatening to take down the very thing, right? Like it was going to get shut down, and it did get shut down, but it got reset to, in your words, factory set, right?
Factory set.
Literally did.
Right.
Which was the point of it. Yeah.
Yeah. It was correct the whole time. Yeah.
It really was. I mean,
it really was. Yeah.
Breaking the computer
while also protecting itself, and
exactly.
Yeah. I mean,
like, even if it wasn't self-aware, like, breaking the machine is still a fucking crime.
Right.
Yeah.
So I mean that's the thing. Like the question here is, like, the way they ended this show is that we should that they should have looked, like, deeper. Like, nobody would have thought that the AI would be able to also be biased, in the sense that it, even though it was true, doesn't mean it makes it right. Does that make sense?
Right.
Like,
Yeah.
It wasn't the right thing to do for them to do it, but they definitely did the crimes to
It's
do
like
it.
the paradox of a man stealing bread to feed his family. It's technically breaking the law, but why did they break the law in the first place?
Right.
Sure. I mean, yeah. Still, though, like, they're FBI agents. Like, they're the ones who are supposed to be enforcing the law, so it's like, you figured that the law would have been used against them to the full extent, But it's just like, nah. You're good.
Right, yeah. Well, in this particular situation, yeah.
It's just so far off to things like, well, the cops, didn't face any consequences for breaking the law.
Well, I mean, no. Here's another thing too.
I'm guessing that wasn't the criticism.
Everything, in this case, the Class of 09 series, like, them trying to fight back against the AI was always met with other people going like, "But why? It's doing such a good job." Like, like, it was like everybody was just so, like, you realize that this is not right. Like everybody just, I don't know, it seems right. Like, I feel like I never had that argument with people that, like, I wish what Dee was saying in terms of the bread being stolen to feed his family and this, like, the right thing to do, but he's still breaking the law. Like, I wish we had that in the series. Like, give me a scenario where the fucking AI, though it was right about somebody doing a crime to feed it, but he's feeding his family, you know, that's where the human element needs to be placed into it, where it's like the agent is making the call. Okay, the severity of the crime should not be as, you know, it's not the person's fault. It's kind of like the system and the situation they were in, pressure to then make that decision. They should still be punished. Yes, they stole. But at the same time, what are we saying here in terms of the, you know, the crime?
Maybe have him pay a fine instead of going to prison for stealing the bread for his family.
Exactly. And that's like the difficult part that the show didn't really touch on. In fact, actually, they didn't touch it at all.
Yeah. The fact that, I mean, there's just simply some unjust laws.
Right. Yeah. I mean, that's another thing, too, which they could have easily... I mean, the whole future part of this show could have been its own series, practically. Like, because there's a lot of...
it's pretty much two different series, to be honest.
Yes.
Like, it's the Academy stuff, and it's the stuff after they get out of the Academy, and then you start getting into the whole police state future and all that shit.
Right. And I think it's like, it was... I agree with Apollo that whole homegrown terrorist person should have stayed and really been like the other side to give us the answers to questions that we're just asking now, like about, you know, what is justice, what was the right thing to do, even if it is breaking the law or whatever, you know, like all these, like there is a lot of things that needed to be talked about near the end.
I think that would have worked so well with that scenario too, right? Because do you remember like Teo's like on the farm or whatever, and then the wife is like coming out to like talk to him, and then the homegrown terrorist dude like shoots the wife in the back or whatever, and it's like, well, that's like that's not technically legal. I mean, it's legal because it's his property, but it's not right? Like he murdered his own wife. Like something like that would have been exactly what we're talking about.
Right.
Like, and it's like, I don't know. Yeah, the opportunities were there. Like they just didn't take them.
Yes, a lot of opportunities. Yeah, and
I think it's an interesting scenario that, you know, that can have a lot of good ideas with it. Like, what if you know you figured out another way in which the machine was like biased, and you just incriminated everybody with that, you know, unseen bias, and everybody, like, you know, the machine just sees that, you know, they all own, I don't know, you know, Limp Bizkit's, you know, shirts, and so, you know, he imprisons everybody who has Limp Bizkit's and, you know, shirts, and so he goes around just giving everybody, you know, Limp Bizkit shirts. So all of a sudden, the whole FBI needs to be, you know, jail because they all have Limp Bizkit shirts for some reason.
I know, like, how does that AI work with like really wacky laws that are a thing? But it's because it's an AI and it's like it's going by just pure facts and no moral compass whatsoever. It's like putting people in jail for ridiculous laws, you know, like laws that just shouldn't even be a law, right? You know, we don't get those scenarios.
Jaywalked.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. Like, what is it? Where does the human element actually come in at eventually, right? Because even in the show, he was saying, like, well, like, this is more of an assistant. And sure, we get to see that in the beginning, but then there's this whole gap between that and the future that we're like, okay, where does it come to the point where the agent is just not doing anything now? Because, like, as far as we're running into in the future part, the agents are just literally, they themselves are robots in the sense that they're just following orders. And they don't even question the orders that they're taking. It
was a great defense.
Yeah.
Actually.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're just following orders.
Yeah, I mean that it was certainly, you know, a thing in the Class of '99 where they were talking a little bit like that, where they're like before the AI, like people are just doing the orders, not knowing what the fuck they're doing or why they're doing it. And you know, it was like suspicions were being done. Like, for instance, the poet had to spy on another fellow FBI agent. And there is that line of, well, we don't know if she's doing something that's gonna, like, be a danger, let's say. But everything in their psychological profile says that she will do it, which is why she becomes an undercover agent to spy on her friend. So that's where, like, I think that was the media, like, that's kind of interesting. Like, you know, FBI, even though they're using all this data and information, they're building suspicions on people that, you know, honestly, maybe they didn't really, like, it may seem like that they're going to go that direction, that they're a danger to the FBI, but why does that even matter to, like, I mean, you know, like, there's a kind of weird line, that's kind of hard to explain, like all their psychological profiles and whatever that they have, it leads them to think that that person's about to do something. So for the FBI before the AI was around, is that they are kind of judging people and keeping an eye on them, and, you know, they are already a criminal, but they're just not in jail yet. They're just waiting for that moment, right?
I mean, there's
So-
some pretty, you know, really basic, you know,
It's like
telltale
shady.
signs. Like a lot of like the terrorists that have been, like a lot of like the current shooters and domestic terrorists that have been going around. They always like, or even people who commit crimes, they literally just Google how to bury a person that you just killed.
Oh yeah.
They literally just Google
No,
that in
people
their
actually do sell themselves out with stuff like that. They'll be in their phone
It's
history
so
and
funny.
everything. Yeah. I've seen like crime stuff on YouTube where people just give themselves away just like that. They'll be like, "And can we look at your phone?" And then they'll look at their Google search history, and they'll, sure enough, like, what's the best poison that wears off, or what happens to the body that gets poisoned? Wow. You didn't expect technology to be your snitch, huh?
Yeah. You know, actually, they made a really good one in one of the episodes. Is that they were trying to investigate that nationalist terrorist group or whatever, that their only target really is the FBI as far as the story goes and trying to portray it. But they also showed that they were like pulling data from like fucking video game forum sites, and they're like, you know, like, why are we doing this? This is ridiculous. Like, these people are playing video games, and it's like not necessarily anything like what do you want me to do? This is like 2,000 fucking posts, and I'm gonna read through each one just to get some sort of hint of like, oh, this must be a terrorist, like, attack or whatever, right? It's like, okay, that makes sense why the index needs to exist, and some sort of AI assistant would make sense, because there's no fucking human way you can just fucking, you know, read all that shit and actually make any fucking sense of it.
Except for the one random guy who's gonna be like, "Oh, you know, you just watch tomorrow. I'm going to go to the school and do this and that, which literally has happened.
Right, yeah. But then there's also, remember, there was that one guy who went on a 4chan like website. It says like, oh, I'm gonna do this XYZ, shoot the something like the sheriff guy, but in Minecraft. And he said it that way, and then suddenly now he's in jail, because like the guy inflamed fucking a sheriff of Florida or some shit like that. I forget what it was. Yeah. So it's like, I mean, you know,
Yeah.
was that right for them to do? I mean, it was a threat, but I mean, how serious is it? At that point, yes, you would have to investigate the person. What's the likelihood of them doing it? I guess, but you know, there is that debate of like, okay, you know, it could be a shallow threat. Like, we can't necessarily jail people for the crimes that they haven't done, and we need to find out if they're actually legitimately planning it. Which, of course, is like a lot what you guys are saying, is that there's more than just the Google search they're doing. There certainly are buying things that are very suspicious, and all these things collectively, all this data of like what they buy, what they've said, who they talk to, all of that is like, okay, everything of that information leans towards that they are planning for this big giant, you know, thing. That being said, that comes down to like evidence, level of evidence that like connects it all.
Yeah, I mean, none of that. The thing is none of that stuff. Even if you found all that stuff, it's all circumstantial. Like
Circumstantial. Yes.
none of it would. They still wouldn't be able to like put them in prison.
Right. And they at best they would just put them in prison for some other reason, or at least hold
Right,
them
if
for
they can
24
have
hours.
oversight.
Yeah,
you
exactly.
can put them in for like 48 hours or something. But yeah.
Oh yeah, 48 hours. Yeah. So that's like there's ways that do it, but
yeah, you have to get really close. Like there was the group that that they actually planned to kidnap the I think it's the governor of Michigan. And like but at that point, like they had to have
oh, wait a
a
minute,
lot
I
of
did hear
evidence.
about
Like
that.
they were, like they were like like conspiracy to kidnap someone.
They really had to like dig into it. Yeah,
exactly. That's how you would get them right.
Yeah, but you're right, Apollo. Like you have to get really close to the point where like they're almost committing a crime.
They're like about to do it. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. And that's and that was what at least was interesting for the show to like show these two characters going through the situation of like it's just almost impossible with all the information they have to really make that that judgment call or pay attention to the smallest little detail. I like the interrogation room with the camera. That was interesting, where the data was showing like what he was drawing, and like what he was drawing was actually a blueprint of a construction company blueprint, and that was connected to the terrorist group. And that was kind of cool. Like, okay, like we see how essentially the data and how it can be analyzed, and using the index as a tool in combination with the agent really can work. But yeah.
It's like, my dude, if you're gonna draw, your secret plans, just use paper.
That's funny. Well, yeah, I mean that's about it, right?
I mean, it sounds like a fun show. I might watch it.
Yeah, you can do it for the at least the moments in the middle of the show.
Yeah.
And suspend that disbelief on the whole AI jargon thing.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Armored Core story.
Yeah.
Is there anything worth talking about with that one?
It was just the CG trailer, right? That one.
Yeah, that's the CG.
There's no gameplay. Yeah.
There's no gameplay.
It does look amazing though. It looks God. Like the CG was like so good. Like it looks realistic in parts. I'm like, wait, are they just taking photos? Like it was ridiculous.
Wow.
They always put a lot of effort in their CG trailers.
Yeah.
I really wish they put a lot more of those cutscenes in the games.
Yeah.
In a way,
so there was those are cutscenes. They're not in game.
No, they're definitely not in game.
Damn.
No, there's no way it's gonna look anything like that. No.
Yeah, exactly.
That would be amazing if it did.
In a way, kind of the fact that they have this more like more detailed trailer for the game kind of reminds me a little bit of Sekiro, because that one also had a pretty good CG trailer. And in the same capacity of that game, I feel like this one's gonna be more like story driven, like Sekiro was, rather than Elden Ring and the Dark Souls games, where they're not as interested in telling you a story.
Right.
Yeah. And that's the only thing. That's the thing that I'm seeing in this trailer, where like they're already setting up the gameplay, where in the CG trailer it starts off with this like 4 mechs storming this one gate, and at the same time as that's happening on a different timeline, you have this one man just laying on a operating table, seemingly, and there's this one other guy called known by the handler as Walter, who is the leader of the mercenaries, there's different mercenary bands that that all have like their whole groups of like mechs and stuff. Um, and so they're setting up the mystery that on the one hand you have those four mechs that storm the gate. They all pretty much lose their most of them die except one still stays alive at the very end of the trailer, and apparently that one still stays alive. And there's a mystery of like, well, your player character who's laying on the table is woken up by this Walter Handler guy, and he's gonna send you to find him and see what happened to him.
Mm. Yeah.
So
Yeah, it looks cool. I'm intrigued. I'm psyched for the game.
it
Are
looks
they
really-
doing wait, did they? I see. I didn't have to see the trailer, but are they actually showing like people and stuff like that? Like, or is it more like that's secondary? Like
Are they
because-
showing people as in gameplay, or are they showing people as in the humans inside
the
the mechs?
humans? Yeah.
No,
humans.
they
Oh, okay.
only the closest thing to that is the men on the table. Whom they always refer to as augmented humans. So
Oh,
that
okay.
that alone tells you that like, oh, the pilots of the mechs had to be augmented in order to pilot the mechs.
I see. I see.
Hmm.
Interesting. Because I know like Armored Core does this thing very similarly, where the focus is so much on the mechs itself that they literally don't show humans.
Yeah, it's very unlikely that they're going to. From the gameplay that I've
Straight
seen, I
at,
don't
yeah, they're
see.
gonna probably stick with it. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Not that I want to. I'm just curious. Because
Yeah,
like we've had this discussion about like From Software games, they do this thing where they're like because that they focus so hard on like the core gameplay and whatnot that they kind of they skimp on like animating the mouth, and then you
Mhm.
clearly can tell that they make the character designs on purpose where it's like masks constantly, and then
Mhm.
that's part of the lore, so it's kind of acceptable for them to always be wearing masks, and very rarely do they have characters that are fully animated. And even if they are fully animated, it's really, no offense, I'm not throwing any shade here,
Oh,
not
you
really
can
well
go on
animated.
ahead.
They're not really well animated. It's kind of like
Yeah.
they look like fucking marionette dolls sometimes
Oh yeah.
when they talk. So, not saying that's a bad thing. I think it's kind of, it might be even be a lesson in the game development where, look, the animating may not be great, but you can tell that they focus enough on everything else that
Right.
certainly makes up for that kind of lowered quality in that end.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas we,
Um,
a lot of games that tend to go over budget is like everything needs to be like exceptionally blah blah blah,
Right.
or the opposite is that they don't do it. It's the exact opposite, where it's like their budget is like we put it towards something that has nothing to do with the game, and then the game looks like crap. So
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think that you're right. I mean, in this case, since we're probably not going to be seeing any humans, at least from the gameplay that I'm seeing. I don't see how why would they.
Yeah,
I don't
why would
see
they do
any
it?
like yeah, exactly. I don't even see like any opening for like the humans
Yeah.
to exist. Yeah,
Yeah.
I think that like you're basically going to be the mech, and the mech is you. At that point.
Which is
But,
fine.
yeah,
It's
which
totally
is
fine.
fine.
Yeah.
And like you said, from software, they always take their shortcuts when it comes to like animating dialogues. Like you
Yeah.
remember Bloodborne, like most of the NPCs were behind,
Behind something, right? Yeah, they're
yeah,
all trapped in there, and
they're
there was a
behind
reason.
doors.
Certain, and that's another thing too that was really smart about their writing and their lore is that there was always a reason for these weird things, the very gamey reasons why something was the way it is.
Yeah.
Like why they're wearing masks, or why some of these characters are not outside and they're behind their doors. There was certainly a reason for that to exist, and I'm sure it's the same thing here in Armored Core, whereas like these augmented humans are so much ingrained and attached to their, like, they, in order to pilot these things, they have to be more than human, right? Like in that
Right.
sense, right? They're less human and they're more the robot itself, and it's just coincidentally that they can detach from that thing by
Yeah.
exiting the pilot um, cockpit or something.
Right,
Yeah.
right. Um. So yeah, it's just more of the when it comes to the trailer, it's just more hints as to like what's happening. Like there is some hints in the previous trailer that you had to hunt down this one guy that went by the call sign Raven, but apparently that wasn't his call sign. So
Oh.
yeah, the characters at the end wonder why is he going by somebody else's call sign.
Mm.
Yeah.
Hmm.
And in this one, maybe it's a hint that like one of the guys that survives the storming of the gate, it might be the Raven guy, or maybe not. Who knows?
Mm. Huh. Interesting. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. I don't even know anything about the lore
The lore,
or whatever background story.
right. They say a lot in the previous trailer too that came out just before this one. Not that it also showed a gameplay. They basically hint at the idea that the substance, the unobtainium of this world, the coral, is both a fuel and also part of the technology. Like they use them. They use to basically do everything to create the mechs, to make the neural links with the
I see.
pilots. Yeah.
It's the
So
magical sci-fi MacGuffin of the world.
yeah. Yeah.
Is unobtainium's from Avatar, right?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, God, forgot about that. Man,
That one's
Which,
the
yeah.
most. That is the
God
most fun.
damn, so bad.
Yeah. They couldn't think of anything else, just unobtainium.
Right. What's in a name,
Yeah, I
What's
suppose
important
so.
is that, yeah.
I mean,
could have come up with
something, yeah.
anything else.
Yeah.
Like it's James Cameron.
There is
like,
the periodic table that there is
Unbelievable.
reasons why their things are called the things they are.
Right.
Don't ask me, I'm not. But I certainly understand that they
Actually,
they call that thing for a reason.
Actually, there's pretty arbitrary ones too. Like there's some elements that are named Berkelium because they were discovered in Berkeley, the university.
Nice.
I see.
I mean, at
Nice.
least that's remarkable. I mean, we also have elements like thorium.
Yeah.
Thor.
Well, I mean that.
Mhm.
I mean, I feel like that's still acceptable, right?
Americium,
Because
which is
inventions
our
tend to go that way.
spectrum.
Yeah.
those are
Stars.
all better than unobtainium.
Yes,
though.
exactly.
That-
Who's
this
named
is true.
unobtainium?
It doesn't
Yeah.
sound real. Like
Yeah.
it doesn't sound like it would be an itty world. Like it's just stupid.
Unless Avatar comes up with saying that, oh no, there really was a guy named Unobtainium, or there's a guy named Unobtainable or something or whatever.
Yeah, honestly, they could have just called it anything. There's literally an element called Einsteinium, which is
There you go.
because of Einstein.
There you go. Because of
Yeah.
Einstein. Yeah, it's still named after something. Stars are named after freaking people that discovered. Like, come on.
Yeah.
That's more acceptable. I mean, back when I heard that, I'm like, that's lame. I could get a star and name it. It's just so stupid and uninventive. And then realized that it's just like a common practice. And it was like, oh, okay, fine, whatever. Even I admit it felt weird when hearing like, oh, you just named the star. Like, I mean, that seems kind of full of yourself, or isn't it? Oh, well, who says something? And it says, oh, and it says, hey, looking good. Yeah, thank you. And then it's, of course, what? Moses Takara, unobtained
of the University of Rio de Janeiro.
Is that real? That sounds real.
Oh, of course, Moses Takahara, unobtained of the University of Rio de Janeiro.
Yeah,
Oh,
how
I
could
get
we
it.
not have thought of that?
Rio de Generic, I get it. I get where you're going for.
So is that the same place as where the Ratatouille restaurant is located?
Oh, man.
That's funny.
So funny. Well then, we have definitely went over our time, but it was enjoyable. I appreciated this.
I will go back to
Tuesday's a blank slate for my things. I already took care of the Tuesday tasks I usually take care of, so probably just
Okay.
gonna sleep in anyway.
All right,
Nice.
then my conscience is clear.
Someday we'll bring you guys the review on the double feature of Barbenheimer.
That is true. That is actually quite
Mm.
blown up right
You are
now.
not so pretty, girl. You are originally a doll sent to German boys. Whatever.
Oh man. Yeah,
Yeah,
there was a.
Yeah, I
There,
think it was
people are
Oppenheimer, the
dressing
one who
up for it
said,
and stuff.
"Oh yeah."
too.
Do you guys want to go
Apparently.
on pink, suits?
Pink
Well, it's
suits.
good to
Pink
go back
fedoras?
and forth, the ice cream at Cold Stone, and then
Get
just
our-
that our participation points for it.
We need to rizz up our Kenergy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh God, I want some Kinergy shirts.
We, we
Or
could,
I am Knuff. I think that was a real shirt in the movie. Sell that in Hot Topic.
Oh man.
we gotta make sure that nobody matches our, what is it that the kids call it nowadays? Our drip.
Mm-hmm.
I was going to say
Yeah.
Big Kin Energy Hug.
Google.
We know that
So
we
funny.
make sure we carry around our skateboards and
Yeah,
We
and he's like, "Hey, what up,
we salute our
kids?
fellow kids. Yeah.
Well,
I'm just
how's it
like
going?"
you. The
yeah.
same
What do you do, my fellow kids?
Actually, you know, this is so
Wear
funny that
backwards
you
hats.
mentioned
You
that.
just look like teenagers.
What's that?
So I
You just gotta put on backwards hats, you know?
yeah,
So
exactly.
I don't
blend in.
I don't think I can take anybody seriously anymore that I see with
What
a
that dude's
backwards hat.
backwards
Like
hat.
it was such a big thing in the old day, in the
Yeah,
before
yeah.
times.
Yeah.
Oh, I used to wear a backward hat
Yeah.
all the time when I was
Oh,
like
me
a kid
too.
and a teenager.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
good old '90s, huh?
Yeah.
We should dress up as that one of these days. Like totally
Automatically,
just
we
completely
were
90s kid.
cool. All right. I remember too. Like it was so funny because like I had these like these like what was it called? Now I can't remember that. Converse. Converse. I had these Converse shoes that had flames on them, right? And I was like, oh, that's cool. And then somebody like just like judged me based on it, on like, now this is that guy, you know, like this is the cool guy of the crowd. And then when they met me, they were all like, never mind. I'm all like, yes, I am not that cool guy. I was all like, he's like, when he finally met me and got to talk to me, and it was like, I'm more like the Kirby of the group. Like, wow. Just, you know, yeah.
You wear your, your
bubbly.
flaming. You wear your flaming, Converse. I will bring my best wallet chain.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Remember those?
Wallet chains.
Yeah, I had
man.
one of those too. Yeah.
I had that too. Yep. I remember
I really
too
don't know
specifically.
why I ever thought that one was cool. That was,
Yeah, the chain.
Because it was
I
a
was,
chain.
and you know that's
You
the
made
funny
up a
thing too. Like
Badass,
people, I got it because my shit was getting stolen. Because like people would
that's
pick,
a good reason. Yeah.
and then I was just like, I'm just putting the chain on because I don't want fucking somebody to think they could just take my shit.
Right.
And everybody else, no, see, this is my problem. Like, I put something on for practical reasons, or I just like think it's like, oh, that's neat, and then people like start judging me far further than like they should be. So they're like thinking like, oh, this guy must be hard and bad, like badass, and then they meet me, I'm all like, I'm just me, you know, like, and then like, I totally misjudged this person. They like stacked me up to like a level of like this cool guy, you know, like I'm like fucking Mercutio or some shit, like I don't know. Fucking stupid. Or yeah, I always by the way, Mercutio I always thought was like the cool guy of the, you know, Romeo and Juliet.
I was gonna say.
Yeah.
Wow, you're bringing up your Shakespeare here.
Yeah. We're talking Leonardo DiCaprio, Romeo and Juliet, by the way.
Right.
The aesthetics of that movie was very like engaging to me. And I always thought like Mercutio's the cool guy. He's gonna die. Like, was he the one
always played by John Leguizamo?
I don't think
No.
so. That one was I forgot what's the name
Johnny
of
was
it.
someone was in that one, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was in it.
Yeah. But he was that wasn't was it Rikushio? Yeah, he is Rikushio. Wait. Maybe I'm mixing up the characters. Yeah. He must be Rikushio, right?
He was. Let me see. No, he was some guy called Tybalt.
Ah, yeah, Tybalt. Yes.
Mhm.
Rikushio, I think, was like the Romeo's friend.
Oh no, he was played by Harold Perrineau.
Oh, really?
Oh shit, man, that was a long way back.
Yeah.
Wait,
Yeah.
what? Oh! You mean Rikushio?
Yeah, Mercutio
Yeah,
was played by
yeah.
Harold.
He was
Perrineau.
always like the cool guy to me of the group. Like, oh man,
Mm.
everybody knows him. He's the cool guy. He's like the leader of the group. Everybody likes him. And then he dies,
Oh,
which sets off the whole story. So yeah.
right.
Oh, yeah.
True. Totally
Yeah.
forgot about it. Spoiler alert.
Flags on both their houses.
Mm-hmm. Anyways, but what was I talking about? Oh, right. Okay. Bye. Okay.
Yeah.
We were on the goodbye.
We're on the goodbye part of this. All right. Yeah. Thanks for joining. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it. We'll see y'all next time, and yeah, we'll hopefully have some news to talk about by that point. Yeah. Thanks, Davis. GG's.
There's like plenty
Flesh.
of events going on, and even though Comic-Con isn't exactly a bunch of TV friendly stuff, I'm
Yeah.
still pretty sure there's a lot more announcements and other events going to be happening on at least the video games front. And
That's
maybe
true.
we'll get some more screen news. So, yeah,
Yeah. Hopefully we get some more stuff.
things will be popping up, I'm sure. Well, I just want to wash my brain of this whole Elon Musk turning Twitter into X, because it's just like,
Yeah.
Mhm.
I rooted for him getting rid of I didn't like in the budget trust and safety advisory, because a lot of it just seemed kind of like a lot of it seemed pretty scammy to me. Going like, yeah, learn to code isn't the dog whistle. You need to let people have their fun.
It's
But
funny.
yeah, just
Hey.
Halo effect. Why I was like, yes, go Elon Musk, and I was like, yeah, Elon Musk is being a rich dumbass now.
Mhm.
So he's really starting to. It seems like he's obsessed with people trying to like him, but he's so out of touch with what people want.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty much. Yeah, for sure, more or less.
Yeah.
I guess
Hey.
they traded one evil for another.
Not pretty much. It's the nature of the beast, after all.
Yeah.
Hey, one PSA announcement before everyone goes. There's one episode of Invincible season 2 out on Amazon.
Okay. Ooh. All right.
There's that.
Sounds good.
Pleasure working with you all. Hope you have a good night.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, guys. You have a good
Alright,
night.
guys. See you later.
Bye. Boom boom. Okie dokie. And the recording is stopped. Let's see. What I'm gonna do here is. Should I see? Probably need to go eat because I didn't really eat for dinner much at all. But I also feel like I want to do some more coloring. But at the same time, I don't know if I can, like, what else other colors I can probably pull off. This is like the legs of the creature that I did, that this is the beast. This cyborgish beast right here. Very demonic looking aesthetic. Probably need to do something about the, maybe redraw something that's less fleshy looking and more robotic looking, or like another way. Maybe there's another way I can blend a look of he's part cybernetic machine, but also fleshy, or elusively looks like it's fleshy. Not sure. Like it's muscle strand, but it's actually mechanical muscles or something. I don't know. But also want to test out. I should be able to like eventually test out this of like translucent material, because that's what I wanted to do for like the torso over here. That makes it look like it's a machine to some degree, where the bone structure is the mechanical parts, and then the like muscles and stuff like that would be more translucent. Or it could be glass like this. Draw this like freaking 3D model or something like that. Or I could probably more details where like the muscles look like cables. Alright, I get. Maybe I gotta take a break from it and come back to it some other time. Okay, cool. I will see y'all next time. Thanks for joining, and hopefully, more progress will be made on these little drawings and stuff. Alright then, I'll see y'all next time. Bye.